A Family of Foxes and Snakes by Dragon 6. Chapter 30, Naruto faced down the beast that has been with him since birth. He was very scared right now. The feeling of dread froze him in his tracks. The demon fox found his fear amusing. That look of fear, it greatly amuses me. The QB said. What the hell is going on? Why am I here? Naruto asked with a stutter. The QB chuckled. Taking after your precious little rabbit? He said with amusement. That stopped Naruto, and he looked at the QB with a glare. He knew who he was talking about because it was the same nickname that Anko would call her. You keep Hinata out of your mouth, fox. Naruto exclaimed. Brave now, aren't you? We have no time, boy. We are about to die, and I will allow you to use my chakra to save our lives. To hell with that. I would rather die than to use your chakra again. I will not die here, boy. You hate me and I you, but I will put it aside to prolong my existence. Do not believe that you will be praised or remembered for your scarifice. The QB spat. Naruto growled at him, but he knew that the fox was right. Fine, you win. I'll use your chakra, but let's be clear about something. We aren't friends, and we aren't partners. You do anything to hurt those I care about, and I will find a way to finish this. Got it? Naruto snarled. Agreed, but I know that you will call on me again. You can't help it, for it is human nature. Now, remember this feeling. The fox shouted. Red chakra seeped out of the gate. It circled and ensnared Naruto. He groaned as the chakra was crushing him. He let out a scream as the chakra consumed him. His eyes opening, Naruto could feel the power of the fox. He wasted no time and did the hand seals for the jutsu after smearing some blood. Kuchios no jutsu. Summoning technique, Naruto shouted. A large plume of smoke appeared. Naruto flew through the cloud and landing on something squishy. He was quick to his feet and looked around as the smoke cleared. He wasn't dead and a bloody smear on the floor. That's when he heard the voice of something. What the hell is this? Where the hell am I? Anko rushed through the hospital, ignoring everyone around her. She knocked a few people out of her way on the way to the room that Naruto was laid up in. She got word from a friend who interrupted her Irika time to let her know that Naruto was in the hospital. She told her that he was in the place for chakra exhaustion. That totally sent up red flags, because Naruto was a chakra factory. She arrived to the room and barged in. Her entrance surprised Naruto and another person. From what she could tell, it was Yoshino's brat. Hey Onizen, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I have a friend here and she told me that you were in the hospital for chakra exhaustion. I didn't think that was possible considering your reserves. Anko said. Let's just say that the technique took a lot out of me and that Erosenin is a prick. The next time I see him I'm going to kick him in the junk. Naruto said with a hard edge. Anko and Shikamaru were curious about what had him so pissed until Anko felt some killing intent. She got serious fast and looked outside the door. Naruto sensed it too and got out of bed to back up her up. Shikamaru followed the two. They followed the feeling to a room. Looking in, they saw Gaara standing over Rock Lee with his hand out. Anko acted quickly and tossed two kunai. The sand automatically defended him, but Naruto was able to slip through and punch Gaara in the face. He backed away, but found that he could not move due to Shikamaru catching his shadow. Slipping out another kunai, she stood in front of Gaara while Naruto checked to see if Lee was alright. You better have a good reason for being here. Why did you attempt to murder this genin? Anko demanded. He hurt me. I wanted to kill him before and I still want to. Gaara stated simply. This made Anko tighten her grip on her kunai. The two genin were looked at Gaara like he was mad. You're trying to kill Lee because he hurt you? Naruto asked with surprise. He challenged my existence. Like all the others, he must pay with his life. Gaara said. Others? Shikamaru asked. On the day of my birth, Shikaku the sand spirit was placed within me. I was born a demon and was treated as such. I was hated, scorned and alone for most of my life. One day my uncle attempted to kill me. He tricked me into thinking that he cared and made his move to kill me. It was on that day I learned the truth. Gaara explained. What truth? Naruto asked curious. I must live for myself and only myself. Anyone who attempts to stop me must be destroyed. Through killing, I will prove my existence. Gaara answered him. The two genin looked at Gaara in shock. Naruto was the most affected because he could see in Gaara's eyes that he had lived a life similar to his. He wondered if that was all they shared. Gaara's sand began to move and looked like it was preparing to attack. That's when Gaara was ensnared by several snakes. He looked very shocked while Anko grinned at him. Red stone asps are very poisonous. One bite and you're dead, and not even that layer of armor that you're wearing will stop the poison. Now, I will allow this to go, but if you return her and attempt to kill this genin again, you will be killed. Do you understand me? Anko asked. Gaara looked like he wanted to fight, but he knew that things were not in his favor. He then looked at Shikamaru and Naruto. I will kill you both. Gaara stated and vanished in a whirl of sand. Everyone relaxed as he was gone. Anko looked at Naruto and could see that he was in deep thought. She put her hand on his head. She felt him jump, but he soon relaxed. Anko just sighed and ruffled the blonde's hair. She had to speak with the Hokage. Hiruzen sat while Anko finished her report. Jiraiya was there as well, which did not help Anko's mood. So, he's Suna's Jinchuriki? And you believe that he is not stable? Hiruzen asked. Not at all, but I think it's because of the life he's lived. If what he told us is true, he doesn't trust anyone. Also, if that sand has always protected him like it does, what the mini guy did must have made him snap. I told Guy that we would have some ANBU watching the kid. Anko said. Good, I will also speak with his sensei. Hopefully, he can keep him under control. Hiruzen said. He then looked at Anko with some seriousness. How is Naruto doing? I heard that he was kind of frozen after meeting this Gaara boy. He's a bit rattled. It isn't every day that you meet someone who has lived a similar life than you. I think it was like looking at himself and seeing what could have been. Anko explained. The kid will be fine. He's pretty strong. Jiraiya said. This earned him an angry scoff from Anko. He raised an eyebrow at that and wondered what her issue was. Is something wrong? I'm just annoyed at people like you. You speak as if you know him, but you're just like everyone else who just expects him to do what they say and accept it. Anko stated hotly. Did he complain about that? The kid was being stubborn. I needed him to tap into that chakra so that it would help him later. You remember what I told you about that group? He will need that power in the future. Jiraiya explained. Oh, so you just forced him to use a chakra that he does not understand and is deathly afraid of. Yeah, you really care about his well-being. Anko said mockingly. Jiraiya did not take that lightly and stood straight. Look, I was thinking about what's best for Naruto. Jiraiya said. That's bullshit. Anko exclaimed. When are you and everyone else going to stop using that excuse? Naruto has had to grow up early because of the hatred that was dumped upon him. He's not some childish 13-year-old boy. He has had burden upon burden put all on him and no one cares about his feelings. Anko! Hiruzen said loudly. Anko stopped her rant and quickly got her emotions under control. She bowed quickly to Hiruzen and stormed off. She opened the door and was about to slam it, but she stopped for a few seconds to say some final words. For once, I would like for someone to consider Naruto's feelings before their own. Anko closed the door hard as she left. Hiruzen sighed sadly and rubbed his forehead. While he was happy that Anko cared greatly for Naruto, he wished that she would stop lashing out at people when something happened to the boy. Jiraiya looked at the door with some concern. He did not believe that he did anything wrong, but he was starting to reconsider it. Was Naruto angry with him? Did he cross a line? Jiraiya squashed his concerns and decided to focus on the positive. While Naruto might have been angry with him, he would thank him for it later. Naruto was on his roof, looking at the night sky. He couldn't sleep and had a lot on his mind. He would usually go and speak with Hinata because she had some really sound advice. However, that wasn't an option. Apparently, he was accused of molesting Hinata. Breaking in was a bad decision as every Hyuga was on alert and jumped him when he did. Luckily, he was able to get free and escape. He was hard-pressed to escape because Hayashi was on his ass. He let out a sigh as he thought about that Gaara guy. He read between the lines. He was just like him. He had lived a very hard life, he could see it in his eyes. It was like looking at the flip side of his life. He held no illusion that he could have ended up like that. He had such feelings before. His outlet was his pranks, because no matter if they shouted and yelled at him, they acknowledged him. Then he found a sister in Anko, and then friends at the academy, like Shikamaru and Hinata. If he was to be honest, even Sakura was becoming a good friend. He let out another sigh and continued to watch the sky. Couldn't sleep? Naruto looked to his left to see Anko lying right next to him. Want to talk about it? There isn't anything to talk about. That could have been me. Naruto said. But it wasn't. You want to know why you and Gaara are so different? The reason is because you did not give up. You've been kicked down and thrown on the deck, but you get up off the deck and persevere. Your will is stronger than his, stronger than mine. Anko said. What are you talking about? I know that you have friends. The only people who hate you are civilian wives and girlfriends. For some reason, Irika allows you to hang around him knowing that one day you will take him and rape him. How is my will stronger than yours? Naruto asked. You forget, brat, I'm the former apprentice of Orochimaru. You think that it was easy for me? Everyone always believed that I would soon follow in his footsteps. They thought that I was unworthy to wear their symbol. I was called a lot worse back in the days. Truth be told, I didn't get my first friend until I was an adult. I was alone and I was angry. I lashed out and I didn't care about anyone. What changed? One of my old teammates happened. He saw what was happening and stepped in to help me. I wasn't happy for his help and tore into him. That's when he slapped me and tore into me. It was surprising that he was so angry at how I was acting. The next day I apologized and we were talking again. He introduced me to some more people and I made some more friends. The council started to trust me more and I gained my recognition. Yeah, I still caused trouble, but it a little tamed. Anko said. I think I get what you are saying. Still, I can't help but wonder about that Gaara guy. We are so alike and I feel that I got to help him somehow. Naruto said. If that's how you feel, I got your back. Just be careful, he won't be easy to convince or fight. Anko said. Yeah, but with your training, I think that I have him. Naruto said boastfully. The two stayed on the roof and looked at the night sky. That's when he remembered something. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask you. Why was Irika asking me about you? He did? Anko asked with surprise. Yeah, something about training. I thought that it was a joke, but he was being serious. Why are you training with Irika-sensei? Naruto asked. Anko looked at Naruto and gave him a serious expression. I'm preparing for a group that will soon make its move. Anko said. What group? They are called the Akatsuki. Chapter 31. Naruto stood with his hands in his pockets. It was the day of the finals, and he felt that he was prepared for the match. As he watched people file into the stadium, he couldn't help but think about what Anko told him. A group of S-rank shinobi was after him. It scared him a little to know that. Still, he decided not to worry about it too much. They had not made their move yet, so he would cross that bridge when it came. Until that day came, he would train hard like he did before. He would even trust that moron Jiraiya even if he did not like the man. He turned his attention to the finals and looked at the competitors. He was standing next to Sakura and gave her a look over. She looked ready to compete. He would have to change his opinion of Ebisu, but it would not be by much. He then looked at Neji and glared. The prodigy did the same, and Naruto couldn't wait to teach this guy a lesson. He was so going to mess him up. He then looked at Gaara. He thought about the redhead often, but he needed to deal with one thing at a time. He faced forward and waited for the finals to begin. Hinata sat with Kiba, who was watching over her. She was close to her family members as she watched. She saw the contestants leave the grounds with the exception of Neji and Naruto. Hinata was very concerned about this match. While she knew that Naruto would keep his promise to her, she still knew that he could get a little overexcited in a fight. She had seen spars between him and his surrogate sister. In that same instant, Neji would not hold back in punishing Naruto just to hurt her. She only hoped that things did not spiral out of control. Naruto and Neji squared off. No words were said between the two, but Gunma, the new referee, could see that the two wanted to tear each other apart. He was warned to step in if things got too serious between the two. He looked at the two and saw that they were ready. He gave the signal to start and the two charged at each other. Naruto threw a kunai quickly, but Neji dodged. He lashed out with a palm strike, but Naruto dodged it. He slipped out another kunai and spun, attempting to cut Neji. Neji dodged the slash and threw a kick. Naruto blocked it and pulled out a razor from his pouch. Neji quickly pulled his leg back just as Naruto attempted to cut him. Naruto attacked, using both weapons to do harm. Neji ducked and countered, but Naruto would dodge him. After a few minutes of non-stop action, Neji landed the first blow, a palm strike to the gut. It stunned Naruto, but he quickly shrugged it off. Just as Neji was about to close one of his Tenketsu, chakra point, Naruto rushed in and slammed his forehead into Neji's face. Neji yelled out but was able to get some distance, dodging Naruto's stab. Naruto quickly did a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto called out. 24 clones appeared before him. Neji saw this and activated his Byakugan. He slipped into his stance as Naruto's clones charged at him. It was a melee of limbs that attempted to crush Neji. The boy ducked and dodged every attack before countering. However, it was not easy to dispel the clones because they were just as good at fighting as the original. Neji only managed to dispel 2. Having enough, Neji shot forward and made his way toward the real Naruto. All he got was a smirk as Naruto did some hand seals before putting his hands on the ground. Doton Yomi Numa. Earth release swamp of the underworld, Naruto shouted. Neji suddenly tripped up and nearly dropped to his knees. Neji looked to the ground to see that he was standing in a very muddy pool. He looked back up only to receive a kick to the face. He was then hit with a 3-hit combo and ended it with backflip kick. Neji's head cracked back as he was sent flying. He quickly recovered from the assault and slammed his palm into Naruto's chest, sending him back. Neji used his chakra to get out of the mucky swamp water and stand on the surface. He looked ready to charge when his feet were grabbed. He was then lifted into the air as the clones formed a chain. The clones spun Neji around before launching him higher into the air. The original used the chain to climb toward Neji. He caught him with a knee to the gut before slamming his elbow into his back. That's when the clones surrounded him. Yu, Zu, Ma, Ki, Naruto Rendan. They all said and batted Neji around like a pinball. It ended with an axe kick that sent Neji toward the ground. The original caught up with Neji and grabbed his ankles. He began to do a flip, holding Neji's ankles. He flipped in midair 3 times before throwing Neji. Neji hit the swamp hard. He gasped in pain as it felt like he hit solid ground. The group of Naruto descended on Neji, attempting to finish the fight. That's when Neji's Byakugan took on a harsh glow. Neji was on his feet and began to spin. Hakusho Kaiten. 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven, Neji roared. All the clones and the original Naruto hit an invisible dome. They and the swamp were thrown away violently. Naruto hit the ground but was able to roll into the fall to avoid injury. His clones were not as lucky as they were all dispelled. Naruto stood up to face Neji, who was breathing hard. Naruto dusted himself off before pulled out that razor that he took from Sakura. What's matter, Neji? The match not going as you planned? Naruto mocked. I've had enough of you. I am going to end you right now. Neji said and charged at him. Naruto readied himself to fight. In the competitor's box, Shikamaru watched the match with Shino and Sakura. He could see that Neji was no longer playing games. Naruto was keeping up with him and getting his shots in, but that would soon change. He hoped that his friend had a plan for getting Neji so worked up. Do you think that Naruto will win this? Sakura asked Shikamaru. Naruto is too stubborn to lose. He'll pull something out of his ass to win. Then he will be as unbearable as usual. Shikamaru said. Sakura nodded and cheered for her teammate. Shikamaru just looked at the match. Prove me right, Naruto. Naruto dodged another blow but was kicked away by Neji. He was on the defensive as Neji was continuing his assault. He was not letting up and Naruto was getting no room. He needed to get some distance to plot his next move. Throwing his hand forward, he called out his jutsu. Sanai Jushu. Hidden shadow snake hands, Naruto called out. Snakes shot out of his sleeves and wrapped around Neji. Naruto tossed Neji away, slamming him into the wall. Naruto quickly did a few more seals and took a breath. Katon Karyuden. Fire release fire dragon bullet. Naruto blew out a stream of fire. Neji was able to dodge it and flank Naruto. He slipped into a stance that Naruto recognized. Hak Rokujion Sho. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Neji shouted. Naruto was hit repeatedly by Neji and Naruto could only take it. Neji ended his attack and Naruto was sent flying into the wall. Naruto cried out as he fell to the ground. He laid there unmoving. Neji took a few breaths before grinning. Now you see the difference between us. No matter how much you try, you can never change your fate. You talk too much. Naruto's voice shouted. Neji was shocked until he was suddenly blown away by a strong wind. As he was in midair, something hit him from the side. It sent him flying right toward a green and orange toad. He was wearing a blue kimono with a purple sash. He was holding a Dosu Yakuza sword in his arm. Gamado Susan. Toad sword beheading, the toad shouted. Neji could only widen his eyes as he was hit with the weapon. Neji cried out as he was flung into the air. He hit the ground and was not moving. He turned his head to see Naruto walk up to him. He was flanked by that green-orange toad and a blue-yellow toad. The toad had scales, a yellow GI and its wrists taped. Naruto looked at the two. Gamayashi, Eiji, thanks for the assist. Gamayashi, the blue-yellow toad, bowed while Eiji, the green-orange toad, put some shades on. No problem, Shitayaku, underling. Just remember to give that cutie of yours a kiss for defending her honor. Eiji said. Naruto was red in the face as the toads left. In the crowd, Kiba was teasing his teammate while Hinata was hiding in her clothes. Hayashi narrowed his eyes and his Byakugan activated. Naruto could feel the sense of dread coming from the crowd. He ignored it for now and faced Neji. How? Neji asked. When I used the last jutsu, I created a clone and changed positions just as the fire was about to hit you. I hid under my cloak, matching it to the ground. I just waited for you to drop your guard. Naruto said. He then gave Neji a hard glance. You know, I really wanted to hurt you long before these exams. Hinata would talk about her home life to me and I would get really angry because of it. If it wasn't for Hinata asking me to leaving them all alone, I would have bombarded them with so many pranks that they would have placed a bounty on me. So because she told you not to hurt me, you didn't? Neji sneered. Oh no, I was going to gut you open. Naruto stated, surprising everyone. Yeah, I was going to kill you because you attempted to kill Hinata. Hinata is one of my precious people, and if you harm my precious people, you forfeit your life. She spared you from death, and I finally understood why. Why? It's because you are her family, no matter how much of a dick you have been to her. It's not just you. The whole branch house is family to her. Why would she treat you all differently? Think about Neji. Has she ever used the seal that in on your forehead? Neji did not answer him. Either way, I've won, you've lost, and that's the end of that. The next time you hurt Hinata, I will slice you open and spill your guts. With that said, Naruto made his way toward the competitor's box. Genma just smirked at the retreating blonde. Well, there goes our first Chunin. He whispered. The winner of the first match is Uzumaki Naruto. There was nothing at first, but the silence turned into applause. Naruto was surprised by it, but he was not going to ignore it. He pumped his hands in the air, shouting his name. The crowd followed his lead and Naruto had a big grin on his face. Kiba watched as everyone cheered before turning to Hinata who was smiling. He grinned at her and nudged her in the ribs softly. That's an overprotective boyfriend that you got there. Kiba said. Kiba-kun, stop teasing me. Hinata exclaimed with a stutter. She then turned back to Naruto was still cheering with everyone. She smiled at the grin on his face. I'm very happy for Naruto-kun. This is the acknowledgement that he deserves. Yeah, he actually looks cool. Still, he might want to lay low for a while. I mean, the words that he said out there sounded like he was courting you. I don't think your dad is going to allow that. Kiba said. Do you really, think that he was courting me? Hinata asked nervously, poking her fingers together. Kiba just laughed at his teammate. Naruto arrived after 3 minutes of holding the matches up. He had a happy look on his face and pep in his step. He saw Shikamaru, Sakura and Shino. Yo, did you see me out there? Naruto asked. He got his answer from Sakura with a bop on the head. He rubbed the spot and gave her a glare. What the hell was that about? You idiot! How can you do that to Hinata? Sakura exclaimed. Naruto looked confused so Shikamaru decided to speak. The way you spoke out there, it sounded like you were going to court Hinata. He said. Say what now? Naruto asked confused. It earned him another bonk on the head. What he means, stupid, is that the words that you send down there sounded like the words of man confessing his love for a woman. You've creating more news in the village than ever. You know how shy Hinata is, and now she's going to be hounded because of you. Sakura stated. Naruto looked at her with wide eyes. Biba, that's not how I meant it. I'm already in trouble with the Hyuga. Oh man, Hayashi is going to murder me. Naruto said with worry. Shikamaru just laughed at his friend and Sakura sighed. Chapter 32. After everyone calmed down, Genma announced the next match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaku no Gaara. However, Sasuke was not there. The crowd was starting to get restless and kept demanding Sasuke. After a few moments, Genma was joined by another Jonin who whispered something in his ear. Genma announced that Sasuke's match was going to be pushed back to the end. Everyone was disappointed by the announcement. The loud voice of Naruto was heard and he had nothing but negative things to say. Genma wasn't too happy by some of the things he said. He was not an Uchiha ass-kisser. Lucky for him, Sakura and Shikamaru restrained him before he did. With that done, Genma announced the next match, Aburame Shino vs Kankuro. However, the match would not happen as Kankuro forfeited the match. This displeased the crowd and made Shino a little unhappy. However, Naruto was somewhat curious. Kankuro was not someone he would have figured to give up. He seemed cocky and looked ready to show off. He kept this in the back of his mind for now and listened on as Genma called the next match, Nara Shikamaru vs Temari. "Aw man, I don't want to go next," Shikamaru stated. That's when he saw Temari get on her fan and make her way down. This further annoyed him as she was just too eager to fight him. Shikamaru looked ready to give up, but he was sent flying by a kick to the back. He screamed as he hit the ground hard. "Damn it, Naruto. What? I'm just helping you out, buddy. I mean, you did say that this chick's intelligence was nothing compared to yours. Isn't that why you said that the only blonde is a stupid blonde?" Naruto shouted at him. Shikamaru looked at Naruto like he was insane. That's when he felt an unholy amount of killing intent. He looked across the field to see that Temari was not happy. She was downright furious. "The only blonde is a stupid blonde, huh? Well then, when I kill you, I'll put on your tombstone, here lies a slacker moron. Now, die," Temari said and unleashed a large wind attack. Shikamaru balked and quickly got into hiding. Back in the competitor's box, Sakura and Shino faced Naruto. "You do know that he could die, right?" Sakura asked. "I'm not too worried. Trust me, Shikamaru will give up when he needs to. I'm just getting him some exercise," Naruto stated. Sakura just sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. After a few moments, Naruto's prediction came through. Shikamaru was able to outsmart Temari and managed to capture her with his shadow. However, Shikamaru gave up, awarding Temari the match. This did shock the kunoichi, but it later changed into fury. Shikamaru quickly left the field as Temari looked ready to murder him. When he arrived, he glared at Naruto, who just smirked at him. "How was your exercise?" Naruto asked. Shikamaru did not say anything. He just muttered a troublesome and sat down. Temari came in a few moments later and glared at him, which he ignored. She stormed over to her team, later punching Kankuro for a rude comment. Gaara had left the area to get ready for his match. However, Sasuke was still not there. The crowd was not happy and Naruto kept throwing insults at Genma. When Sasuke was given 5 more minutes, Naruto unleashed his words on the poor ref. Even Hiruzen had to shake his head. Again, he was muzzled by Sakura and Shikamaru. With only 5 seconds left, Sasuke and Kakashi did arrive. The crowd cheered and Gaara was now on the field. Sakura decided to go and confront Kakashi about his lateness. The others watched as the battle was about to begin. Sakura made her way to the stands when she came across something horrible. There was just blood everywhere and it almost made her throw up. What the hell happened down here? She quickly made her way back to Naruto. She brought Naruto and Shikamaru with her to see the carnage that she saw. They too were worried about they saw. They all decided to make their way over to the Jonin to let them know to stop the match. They could already hear the sounds of battle coming from the grounds. They arrived just in time to see Sasuke actually winning the fight. He was blasting Gaara around like it was nothing. However, Naruto noticed something about the style when Sasuke stopped to pose. He couldn't believe that smug asshole had the gall to mimic Lee like that. They all ran up to Kakashi, who was with Guy and Rock Lee. He turned and gave them all a nice smile. Hey guys, how's it going? He asked. He noticed that Naruto was giving him a dirty look, but he ignored it. Sakura was the first to speak. Kakashi-sensei, you need to stop this match. That Gaara person, he's dangerous. We just found the bodies of two Kusa ninja near the tunnel that Gaara took to the grounds. That boy is a killer. Sakura explained frantically. Ma Sakura, you don't have to worry about Sasuke, he's doing well out there. Kakashi said with confidence. Yeah, it must be great for him since you stole Lee's style and trained him in it. That Sharingan must be a great tool for that. Naruto said. Kakashi looked at Naruto and did not like what was said to him. I did not steal Lee's style, Naruto. Kakashi said. Really? While Guy and Lee don't seem to mind, I know they notice that the way Sasuke is beating on Gaara is similar to how Lee fought him. I know that Sasuke was there, but he couldn't use his Sharingan properly for some reason. Who else was there that has the Sharingan, I wonder? Naruto stated, not backing down from Kakashi's harsh look. Are you accusing me of thief, Genin? Kakashi demanded. I'm not accusing. I'm downright saying it. You would do anything to keep your student happy. Naruto said. Kakashi looked ready to explode, but he was stopped by Guy. Naruto sucked his teeth and turned back. He was making his way back to the competitor's box. Shikamaru decided to follow and wished Sakura luck in stopping the fight. Everyone who was around them was murmuring about what just went down. Some thought that Naruto had some nerve, but there were a few that were wondering if Kakashi did as he said. They only thought about it for a while before returning to the match. Sasuke was now having some trouble. The style that he was shown by Kakashi would no longer work due to the fact that Gaara was encased in a dome of sand. Every time he got close, spikes of sand would nearly stab him. He had no way to get close or he would be killed. It was time to use that new jutsu he learned. Lucky for him, his Sharingan could read the movement of those spikes. He climbed the side of the stadium and did several hand seals. Monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. Sasuke whispered. He held his hand down and a discharge of lightning appeared in his hand. He had a smug grin on his face and he stared down at the dome. With this jutsu, he was going to finish this fight. What is that? Sakura asked in awe. So, that's why you only trained Sasuke in speed. He needed it for that jutsu of yours. Guy stated. What are you talking about, sensei? Sakura asked. This jutsu is called Chidori, 1000 birds. It is a dangerous A-rank assassination jutsu and the original jutsu of Kakashi. It is perfect for someone like Sasuke as his Sharingan eliminates the drawback of the jutsu. However, I don't believe that it was a smart idea to teach Sasuke such a jutsu. Guy said. I know that you are not going to be such a hypocrite since you taught Lee the Hashiman 8 gates. Kakashi said. Still, did you have to take Lee's style to get the speed? Wasn't there any other way you could have increased his speed? I mean, if he's using the wall, then he must not have the right speed to punch through the dome like you believe. Sakura stated. Guy gave off a little belly laugh at that. Kakashi frowned but did not answer her. They watched as Sasuke charged at the dome. He dodged the spikes and plunged his jutsu into the dome. There was no resistance as Sasuke's arm went through it. There was a cheer that went through the crowd as it looked like Sasuke finished the fight. After a few moments, a scream was heard although the stadium. Sasuke grunted but it soon turned into pain as he felt his arms getting crushed. He discharged a bit more chakra and was able to escape with his arm intact. As he backed away, he was startled by an unusual colored eye. The sand dome crumbled down and Gaara was holding his shoulder. It seemed that Sasuke hit his mark. Gaara let out another scream about being wounded. In the competitor's box, the Konoha Genin noticed the worried looks coming from the Suna Genin. That's when feathers started to fall down all over the arena. Naruto was the only one to feel the effects of the jutsu and immediately fell asleep. Shikamaru and Shino watched as the Suna ninja met up with their sensei. They quickly grabbed Gaara and made their way out of the stadium. Shikamaru quickly dispelled the Jinjutsu that was placed on Naruto. Huh? What's going on? Naruto asked tiredly. We're being invaded, Naruto. Otogakure and Tsunagakure are attacking the village. Shikamaru explained. Naruto shot up and looked around and saw that there was fighting going on. He looked down and saw that Gaara was gone. Where is Gaara? Naruto asked. His siblings took him out of the battle because of his injury. Sasuke went after them. Shino explained. Naruto let out a curse. We have to get Sasuke and Bolt. He doesn't have the tools to fight Gaara. Naruto said. He looked at the two next to him. I'll explain on the way, but if we don't stop Sasuke from engaging him, he is going to die. The two nodded at Naruto and they took off after their comrade. Kakashi took out another invader. He looked out to see that Naruto, Shikamaru and Shino were making their way out of the stadium. The direction that they were heading in, they were going after Sasuke. Kakashi was happy about this, because he had a bad feeling about Gaara. He turned around to see Sakura dodging another kunai strike. She threw a smoke bomb at the man and he was on the ground. It must have been some sort of knockout gas if he fell like that. Sakura then kneed another invader in the nuts, before creaming him with a very strong punch. Thinking quickly, Kakashi made a decision. Sakura! He called out. The pinkette did not turn away from the battle but moved closer to her sensei. Kakashi was impressed. I need you to wake up two of your classmates and make your way to back up Naruto's squad. They are going after Sasuke and I feel that they would need backup. This is an A-rank mission. That surprised Sakura, but she quickly nodded and made her way into the aisles, keeping her head down. She was about to wake Ino and Choji but neither knew how to track. That's when she remembered who else was at the stadium. Sakura moved quickly through the sleeping people and saw Hinata and Kiba. She also saw two Kyumo ninja going after Hinata. She threw two kunai, which lodged into the man's kneecaps. The other one turned only to hit with a knockout blow. The Kyumo ninja that she disabled growled and was about to launch a jutsu, but he was quickly knocked out by an elder Hyuga. The elder thanked her for saving Hinata. Sakura nodded before dispelling the Jinjutsu on Kiba, Akamaru and Hinata. Ow, what hit me? Kiba groaned. No time. I need you, Akamaru and Hinata to come with me now. Sakura exclaimed. What's going on? Hinata asked. They looked around and noticed the fighting. We are being attacked and we are tasked with backing up Naruto's group. I'll explain on the way, but Kiba, I need you to get their scent. Sakura ordered. There's too much blood in the air. We need to get out of here and fast. The four quickly made their way out of the stadium in order to find their friends. However, they were seen by a man with an ANBU mask on. He was flanked by 9 Oto ninja. Well now, where are they going? The man said. He gave a signal and the 9 disappeared. Wait a minute, you're telling us that this Gaara has a real demon in him? That wasn't just talk? Shikamaru asked with shock. Yeah, I looked it up after that encounter in the hospital. This Shikaku is similar, like Kyuubi similar. He has the weakest sealed with him, but that doesn't make him any less dangerous. Naruto explained. Since you have the most information, Naruto, what is our plan of attack? Shino asked. We need to get Sasuke and retreat. Well, we might have had a chance with the 4 of us against him, but with his siblings there, it would make the battle harder. We grab Sasuke, by force if we have to, and get back to the village to find Erosenin, Pervy Sage. He's the only one I know who can stop Gaara. Naruto said. The two nodded at Naruto. It was a sound plan and they would follow it to the letter. They increased their speed. Chapter 33, Kiba, Akamaru, Hinata and Sakura were on the move. Once they were out of the stadium, Kiba and Akamaru found the sense of their comrades. They could not move as fast as they wanted due to Hinata still recovering. Hinata was apologetic, but she told the two that she could fight. Her Byakugan was on and keeping a lookout for anyone. Suddenly Akamaru barked frantically. Kiba looked at his buddy with concern. Listening, his eyes went wide. "We've got a problem. We have a tail," Kiba shouted. The two girls looked at him with worry. "How far are they? How many are after us?" Hinata asked. Akamaru barked something to Kiba. "Akamaru says that there are 9 in total. We can't keep going in this direction. We'll lead them into the other S and we will be surrounded," Kiba explained. Sakura cursed at their dilemma. They couldn't lead these guys, who were probably jonin, to their friends. "Okay, we have to do something to stop them. We probably don't have the advantage because of who the leader is, but I have a plan. Whatever we do, we have to stop them here," Sakura said. Kiba and Hinata nodded and listened to Sakura as she explained the plan. Once she finished, they turned and made their way into a different direction. It didn't take long for their trackers to learn that they had been discovered. They sped up and caught up to the genin. They were surrounded by 8 of the men. Well, what do we have here? What should we do, boys? Should we teach this kids just how cruel war can be?" One of the men joked. The others chuckled at the man's words. They geared up for a fight. That's when one of them attacked and launched a punch at Kiba. He was shocked when his fist went right through him. Everyone was confused when they heard something. "Getsuga!" Kiba roared. 2 drills came at them with crushing speed. 2 men were hit hard and sent flying. They hit the tree and were knocked out. In the confusion, one of the men was dragged up to their head. Sakura quickly jumped out of the ground and knocked the man out. She turned around and ducked a punch. Sakura did a few seals and released a blast of chakra. It froze the man and Sakura quickly kicked him in the groin. Once he dropped to his knees, Sakura knocked him out with the ring of her kunai. Sakura turned to check on her friends. Hinata was easily dealing with the jonin and Kiba with his partner was tearing this up. However, her distraction cost her when the 9th man came out of hiding. He pinned her to the ground and had his hands around her throat. Sakura struggled to escape, but he was too strong. She quickly felt around for something when her hand wrapped around the kunai she dropped. With a wild swing, she launched the kunai into the man. She felt something wet hit her face, but the hold on her neck was gone. Sakura was trying to get her breath back and put her hands to her neck. When she looked at the person who attempted to kill her, her eyes went wide. The kunai she used was lodged in the man's neck. Sakura could see the life leave his eyes. She looked at her hand and saw that they were stained with blood. It must have been what hit her in the face. Sakura froze up and was starting to freak out. That's when Asuma arrived. He quickly dealt with any remaining enemies and checked on the genin. When he saw Sakura and the now dead body, Asuma quickly went over to her. "Sakura? Sakura!" Asuma shouted. She shot up and looked at him. "Look at me, I need you to breath with me. Come on, in then out." Sakura did as she was told. Asuma pulled out a rag and quickly wiped the blood off her face. It didn't all come off, but at least she wasn't covered in it. "Okay, Sakura, I'm going to put you to sleep. Just relax." Sakura just nodded and allowed Asuma to place a small genjutsu on her. Sakura fell asleep and Asuma picked her up. Kiba took this time to look at the jonin. "Is she going to be all right?" he asked. "That depends on her. Everyone has a different reaction to their first kill. We can only hope that she will pull through this," Asuma said. He looked at the two genin. We're heading back. What about the others? Hinata asked. We can only hope that they will regroup and retreat. Asuma said. When they were ready, they took off back to the village. The trio caught up to Sasuke and the Suna siblings. Temari and Kankuro were sweating bullets when they saw them. Sasuke looked at the group with a snarl. What are you doing here? Sasuke demanded. We came to get you and return to the village. You have no idea the type of power that Gaara has. We have to leave this to someone I know that can contain him. Naruto said. You losers can retreat if you want. I have a fight to finish. Sasuke said. A fight to finish? Hey, this is no time to stroke your damn ego, Uchiha. There is an invasion going on and we need to get back to the village. That is more important than some damn match. Naruto roared. Listen to him, Sasuke. This isn't the time. Shikamaru added. Just stay out of my way. Sasuke shouted and launched himself toward Gaara. The three cursed and moved to help. Kankuro, who was holding Gaara, used one hand to get his puppet. Sasuke attempted to go around it but had to dodge the Senbon. He went into hiding with Gaara. Temari unfolded her fan and swung it. All three genin were blasted away. Naruto summoned a clone and used it as a springboard to get above the wind. He did a few hand seals. Katon Karyuden. Fire release fire dragon bullet. Naruto blew out a stream of fire at Temari. Using her fan, she blew herself out of the way of the fire. She landed but quickly had to get out of the way as she saw that Slacker's shadow. Shino used this distraction to attack Kankuro. The puppet user had to turn his attention to the bug user. Sasuke saw this but did not back Shino up. He looked around the area for Gaara. Back with the other two, Temari swung her fan hard. Kamaitachi no Jutsu. Sickle weasel technique, she roared. Naruto and Shikamaru quickly ducked for cover as the wind passed by them. Naruto saw just how deep the wind blades were cutting. She is seriously trying to kill us. Naruto said. You think? Shikamaru asked with a tone. Hey, it's your fault that she's angry. Naruto shouted. My fault? How is this my fault? Shikamaru shouted back. If you treated her like a shinobi instead of a girl, maybe she wouldn't be so angry with us. Don't give me that men don't hit women crap. In this world, even the girly can kill. Naruto said. You are really blaming me for this? Shikamaru demanded. Naruto was about to answer when he saw Temari. Shikamaru turned only to see the satisfied grin on her face. Kamaitachi no Jutsu. She said and blasted the two away. They screamed as the wind blades tore into them. Temari smirked, but it soon faded when they both dispelled. She cursed and quickly got off the ground, looking for a shadow. That's when she heard metal flying through the air. She twisted enough to avoid any critical damage, but it did force her to release her fan. She landed on the side of a tree and saw Naruto coming at her. She looked to run when she felt a familiar feeling. She had no choice but to take the haymaker that Naruto landed on her face. Shikamaru released his shadow in time as Temari was sent flying onto the ground. She hit the ground with a thud and laid there. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. Go and help Shino. I got this. Naruto said. Shikamaru nodded and went to help their teammate. Naruto landed on the ground just as Temari was struggling to get to her fan. When she was inches away, a kunai landed right in front of her. She looked up to see several of Naruto's clones. They were all armed and ready to take her out. That's enough. Give up and I won't kill you. Naruto called out. Temari growled, but she knew that she was beaten again. She placed her hands in front of her as a form of surrender. Meanwhile, Sasuke was still looking for Gaara. Shino was in a fight with Kankuro, but he did not care. All he wanted was to finish his fight with Gaara. He kept his eyes out for the red head. That's when he heard his target. He saw Gaara, hand gripping his head. It was as if he was in complete pain. Sasuke did not care and made his move toward him. As he landed, he did a couple of hand seals. Katangokaku no Jutsu. Fire release great fireball technique. Sasuke spat a flame right at Gaara. Gaara saw this and raised his hand. It quickly transformed in a large claw. The claw turned into a shield and blocked the attack. When Gaara lowered the shield, he looked at Sasuke with madness. So you want to end my existence, Uchiha? You will have to do better. Gaara roared and unleashed his chakra. Half of his face was also transformed and a tail appeared from his gourd. With a roar, he charged after Sasuke. Back in the trees, Shino was beginning to fade. His distraction cost him. He saw Sasuke leap after Gaara and attempted to stop him. That's when he was hit with a poisonous smoke bomb. He inhaled some but was still able to fight. However, he was fading fast and he didn't know how much longer he would last. Lucky for him, his bugs managed to capture Kankuro and drain him of his chakra. Shino just did not have the energy to finish him off. Shikamaru arrived and knelt down to the Aburame. Naruto soon joined them with a tied-up Temari. Naruto looked at Shino and saw that he was not good. "Shino, where are you hit?" Naruto asked. "Inhaled poison. Hive can't get rid of it," Shino said. Handing Temari to Shikamaru, Naruto made his way to Kankuro. Kankuro had a little energy to attack, but that was quickly stopped by Naruto. He took a kunai and slammed it into Kankuro's hand. The teen screamed out in pain. "You have until 5 to give me that antidote or I'm going to start stabbing. I'll start with your hands and end with your junk. 1. 2. Naruto started as he pulled out another kunai. "Left pocket. Left pocket," Kankuro shouted. Naruto held the kunai to his neck and dug into his left pocket. He pulled out 2 vials, one purple, one green. Naruto glared at him and pushed the kunai more into his neck. The green vial. Naruto summoned a clone and gave him the vial. He made his way to Shino and had him drink it. Shino was lying on the branch, but he could feel the liquid working. Shikamaru gave a positive signal to Naruto. The blonde removed the kunai from Kankuro's neck and pulled the kunai free from Kankuro's hand. That's when something landed right next to the two with a thud. It was Sasuke, and he was all beat up. He had those marks going up his face again, but it did not look like he would be fighting. Something else landed near to them. When the dust settled, Kankuro and Temari were scared. Shikamaru was too, as was Naruto. Gaara looked ready to rip someone apart. He was looking at Sasuke with a crazed look. We need to get out of here, now," Temari exclaimed. Gaara roared and charged at the fallen Sasuke. Naruto quickly squashed his fear and did hand seals. "Doton Yomi Numa." Earth release swamp of the underworld, Naruto called out. A large swamp appeared and Gaara was stopped in mid-stride. As he attempted to get out, Naruto's clone had finished a set of seals of his own. Suetun Daibakufu no Jutsu. Water release great waterfall technique, the clone shouted. The water twisted and launched itself at Gaara. Gaara was swept up on the vortex and carried deeper in the forest, slamming through trees. The two watched as the jutsu ended but could not see Gaara. Naruto looked at Shikamaru before doing the seal for the Kage Bunshin, shadow clone. He summoned 2 clones. "You 3, get everybody out of here. I'll give you time," Naruto ordered. They nodded and grabbed Sasuke, Kankuro and Shino. Shikamaru looked at his friend. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Shikamaru shouted. I know more about this than you. That isn't going to slow down Gaara. I'll cover your escape, Naruto said. Shikamaru looked ready to argue, but Naruto cut him off. Don't. I'll be fine. Just get the others to safety and find a guy named Jiraiya. Now, go. Shikamaru growled, but he grabbed Temari and took off with the other clones. Naruto made sure that they were gone before turning around. He knew that Gaara was making his way toward him. He could feel it. He flicked out 2 kunai and got ready for a fight. Chapter 34, Naruto stood at the ready and waited. He did not have to wait long as Gaara stepped out. Naruto realized that Gaara was using the power of his Biju. He looked a lot like a tanuki with 2 large claws and a long tail. Naruto could see that he was only able to take this form thanks to his sand. The beast glared at Naruto with nothing but murder in his eyes. I will kill you. Gaara snarled. Naruto settled in and prepared himself for battle. You aren't the first and you won't be the last. You want me, come and get me, Naruto exclaimed. With a roar, Gaara charged at him. Shikamaru had Shino on his back while the 3 clones carried Sasuke, Kankuro and Temari. Shikamaru turned his head to look behind him. While he was no censor, he could feel that the battle had begun. He was worried about his friend, fighting that monster. You should be worried about your friend. Gaara is a force of destruction that can't be stopped. That's why he was our trump card in this invasion. Your friend doesn't stand a chance, Kankuro said weakly. He suddenly was struck by a branch as the clone was moving along. He glared at the clone who just smirked. It's you that doesn't know anything. Naruto is the most unpredictable ninja that Konoha has. He is also the little brother of one of Konoha's most crazy kunoichi alive. Combine the two and you have one of the most dangerous people alive. Especially since Naruto does not know the word restraint, Shikamaru said. The moment he said that, the group felt the explosion. They turned to see a mushroom-shaped cloud coming from where the two were fighting. Shikamaru turned back to the 2 siblings and smirked. Who doesn't stand a chance now? The rest of the trip was in silence as both groups were hoping that the other were okay. Anko saw the mushroom cloud from the shelter. There was only one person that could create something like that. She was a little worried because Naruto only went so far when he was fighting someone stronger than him. Anko steeled herself and just focused on protecting the people here. As much as she wanted to go to his side, she would not abandon those that needed her. Take care of yourself, Otudo, little brother. Just don't go too crazy. Naruto landed on a tree branch and looked at the fire. A silhouette was seen from within the flames and out stepped Gaara. Naruto could see that some of that sand was kind of melted, but it was quickly reforming. Well, I didn't think that would work. Still, I have some options, Naruto thought. He pulled out 2 kunai and ran down the tree. Gaara charged as well, looking ready to rip Naruto apart. Gaara launched his claw forward, but Naruto dodged and slashed at Gaara. Gaara countered with another swipe, but Naruto ducked out of the way and slashed into Gaara again. For the next couple of minutes, that was how the fight was. Gaara was not getting a clean shot and Naruto's kunai were not getting through the sand. While Naruto suspected this would happen, he was not worried. He was looking for a weakness in the sand. Naruto jumped away when Gaara slammed his tail down. Naruto did some seals and landed on the side of the tree. Katon Ryuka no Jutsu. Fire release dragon fire technique, Naruto shouted. He was surrounded by fire and 5 flaming dragons split off and attacked. Gaara raised his claws and clashed with the flaming dragons. After taking out the 5th one, Gaara launched an attack of his own. Suna Shuriken. Gaara roared and launched several sand-shaped shuriken at him. Naruto used his agility to avoid the attack and launched 2 kunai at him. They hit Gaara and soon exploded, rocking Gaara back. Naruto pushed his advantage, kicking Gaara in the face with his 2 feet. Gaara growled and grabbed Naruto's feet with his tail. He slammed Naruto on the ground hard. He did it 2 more times before flinging him across the field. Naruto hit a tree hard. Gaara launched his claw forward and it extended. It slammed into Naruto and pinned him to the tree. With a grin, Gaara crushed Naruto only to see him vanish in a puff. Doton Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Earth release double suicide decapitation technique, a voice from below called out. Gaara growled as he was dragged underground to his head. Above him, Naruto did a seal and a group of explosion ripped the ground apart. When the smoke cleared, Gaara's sand was now a mess. His tail was gone and it was nothing but goop. Naruto must have finally hit his weak spot. Naruto wasn't about to let him recover. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Mass shadow clone technique, the skies were covered by clones. With a roar, they all attacked. Gaara was bombarded with blows from all angles. He was taking a serious beating and he could not believe that he was losing. This person before him was nobody, a regular person. He should not be making this hard for him. He should have killed him already. Why was he challenging his existence? His thoughts allowed Naruto to blast him with uppercut. Gaara hit a tree hard. He struggled to stand and looked on as Naruto's clones charged forward. You will not deny my existence. Gaara roared. He unleashed his chakra and sand began to gather. Several of Naruto clones were destroyed as Gaara grew bigger. When the dust cleared, Naruto and his remaining clone were looking up at a building-sized tanuki. Gaara appeared on top of its head and looked down at Naruto. Now you die. Ibiki, Shikamaru and the people nearby watched as the tanuki was trying to smash something below him. Shikamaru looked on with wide eyes. He then looked at Ibiki. We need to get over there. That's where Naruto is. Shikamaru said with urgency. The 2 siblings of Gaara were there as well. That's not possible. How can that shorty push Gaara to this? Temari asked loudly. Ibiki looked at 2 members of the ANBU. You 2, go and help Naruto Uzumaki. Ibiki ordered. They nodded and were gone. He's going to need more than 2 guys. Shikamaru shouted. If you haven't noticed, we are still in the middle of an invasion. We are making ground but they have not retreated yet. 2 is all I can send now. Do not worry, those 2 are the best we have. That's when he noticed another ANBU look into the distance. Ibiki-senpai, we have a situation. The man said. What is it? Ibiki asked. Well, Anko-senpai is actually making her way toward the area. She will reach Naruto before our team members will. He said. Damn it, she must have seen it from in the shelters. Ibiki said with a groan. He then turned to Shikamaru. All right, you are to go to the shelter and take Anko's place. We will take care of your captives. Yes. Shikamaru said and took off. Ibiki turned back toward the rampaging demon and prayed for the bratty blonde's safety. Naruto slammed against the tree hard. He slumped to his butt and groaned in pain. The fight had taken a very big turn. He had attempted to fight the beast with his remaining clones, but they were wiped out in seconds. He tried to escape, but he realized that Gaara would have come after him. He tried to use a clever trap, leading the beast into a large minefield, but that failed and now he was in this situation. He had to do something or else he was going to die. It's over, Uzumaki. You will pay for the pain that I've felt. Sabaku Q. Sand coffin, Gaara called out. Sand began to snake up around Naruto. Naruto was thinking fast on a way to combat this. That's when he remembered what he learned when the pervert trained him for the exams. Focusing and remembering that feeling from before, Naruto took some blood from his wound and quickly did the seals he was taught. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu, Naruto shouted. A huge plump of smoke appeared. When it cleared, Naruto was standing on the head of Gamabunta. The large toad blew out some smoke before turning his attention to Naruto. You again? What do you want this time? Gamabunta demanded. Listen, I know that I was a rude little prick when we first met. You were dissing me and you insulted me just because I had the scent of snakes on me, even after I explained to you why. I shouldn't have mouthed off and insulted your family. However, I would like to put our issues aside and deal with the large problem in front of us. Naruto explained. Gamabunta looked forward and saw the sand creature. He blew out a smoke of annoyance. You blondes and your demons. So what are you suggesting, boy? That I help you in fighting this thing? Gamabunta asked. Yeah, help me this one time. After that, we can go back to pissing each other off. Naruto said. Very well. For the record, I do not hate you because you had the smell of snakes. I also appreciate that you admit to your shortcomings. However, this does not make you my underling, got it? Careful boss, that almost sounds like praise. Naruto said with a chuckle. Gamabunta snorted in amusement before launching himself at the Shikaku. When Shikamaru arrived, he saw that everyone was looking at the window. Even Iriko was looking outside. He was about to say something when he looked out the window of the safe house too. What he saw was something he could not believe. What? What is going on? Shikamaru asked in surprise. I really don't know. We were watching that thing smash the ground beneath him. Suddenly, that large toad arrived in a plume of smoke. I know that toad. It is the same toad that was used by the Yondaime, 4th Hokage when the Kyuubi attacked the village. The ninja said. The Yondaime summoned toads? When did Naruto learn that? Shikamaru asked loudly. The ninja turned to him and looked at him seriously. What are you talking about? The only other person who uses toads is Jiraiya, the Gamma, toad, Sannin, hermit. He's at the gates right now. The Chunin said. Well, apparently there is another because that's where Naruto is, and he is fighting that thing. Shikamaru said. The Chunin and some of the civilians looked at him with shock before turning their attention back to the clash. Shikamaru just looked on with a multitude of questions. Where, when, who, where and why just came up in his head. He put that all in the back of his mind right now and prayed for his friend's victory. Gamabunta fired another ball of compressed water at Beast. It countered with a ball of compressed air. The two jutsu clashed, creating a swirl of wind and water that nearly tore the forest below them into pieces. Gamabunta looked at the demon who was laughing like a crazy man. This is not good, Naruto. When he gave control over to his demon, he has become stronger. If this continues, we will not be able to hang on. Gamabunta said. He was angry with himself. He had been out of practice for a while and it was showing. Naruto was also angry because he had no idea what to do. They couldn't let this demon win. That's when something happened. Kuchios no Jutsu. A voice shouted. A large plume appeared and out of the smoke shot a large blue snake. It moved quickly and restrained Shikaku. What the hell is this? Shikaku roared and attempted to pry the serpent off. Holy shit, that's Nagai. That means. Naruto said, but he was cut off by a loud roar. Uzumaki Naruto, what the hell do you think that you are doing? Anko's voice roared. Naruto was clearly terrified as his Wanisan has entered the fray. Chapter 35, Naruto was much different from others. How he lived his life, he rarely cared about anything or feared anything. He just let things slide and kept on going. However, there was one thing that scared Naruto dearly, one thing that sent shivers down his spine. That thing was angry Anko. Now this isn't a normal anger that Anko produced. She was just sadistic and torturous when she was angry. This was a type of angry that made people run for the hills. This Anko did not know what mercy was, and her main objective is to kill everything and everyone in her path. Naruto witnessed this type of Anko before, and the guy was still walking funny. Anko stood in front of Naruto with a glare that promised death. Naruto was trying not to wet himself with fear. Why, when I was guarding a shelter, did I see my Otudo, little brother, fight a giant raccoon and did not run to get someone who has more experience in dealing with giant raccoons? Anko asked with a serious and deadly tone. I am a demon. Shikaku shouted. You shut up. Anko roared at the demon. She turned her rage back toward Naruto. Now, my darling little surrogate brother, you better start explaining or I'm going to start cutting. Naruto gulped and steeled himself. Oh okay, I know that it was stupid, but if I didn't stop Gaara, people were going to die. I was thinking of you, the old man and all my friends. I did it to protect everyone, and if I must die for that, then so be it. Naruto said nervously. He closed his eyes, expecting to die. After a while, he just felt a small bop on the top of his head. Anko just sighed at him. I shouldn't really be so surprised by your actions. Only you would do something so stupid with such noble reasons. Alright, I guess that I can forgive you. However, this is your only pass. You do something like this again and I am going to hurt you. Not even the Hokage will save you. Anko stated. Naruto nodded quickly and let out a sigh of relief. This is really sweet and all, but if you haven't noticed the huge raccoon in front of us. Gamabunta said. I'm a demon. Shikaku shouted. He was still fighting off Nagai. Anko looked forward. So what's our plan of attack? Anko asked. We need to wake up the boy. If we do that, the Ichibi will be sealed. Gamabunta explained. All right then, Anko said. She vanished and reappeared on Nagai. Okay boy, eat the kid. As the snake opened his jaw, Gamabunta looked at Naruto. That woman is insane. Naruto didn't reply to the statement. Anko's attack was stopped by the Shikaku grabbing Nagai. He tossed the serpent off him and away. Gamabunta fired another Teppadama water bullet that hit Shikaku in the head. Shikaku fired back and Gamabunta jumped in the air. Nagai slithered on the ground toward Shikaku. He fired multiple Rankuden, but the serpent was too fast. Nagai came up from behind and tried to bite Gaara off the head. Shikaku swung his claw to kill Nagai, but the arm was sliced off. Naruto launched himself onto Shikaku and ran up toward Gaara. The demon tried to use the sand he was made of to capture Naruto, but he was too quick. He made some mini versions of him that fired sand bullets at Naruto. Naruto could not dodge them all, but he was saved by someone else. 2 ANBU members appeared, protecting Naruto. They engaged the mini Shikaku and cleared a path. Naruto dashed forward and cocked his fist back. Time to wake the hell up! Naruto shouted. He threw his fist forward and connected with Gaara. It was enough to wake him. No. I just came out. Shikaku exclaimed. The light faded from his eyes. Gaara saw Naruto preparing to hit him again and quickly acted. With a hand movement, he blasted Naruto away and toward the ground. Naruto is plummeting to his death when he is saved by Nagai's tail, launching him back toward the head. He was moving like a rocket toward Gaara. He did some seals on the way up. Katon Karyuden. Fire release fire dragon bullet, Naruto shouted and exhales a flame breath at Gaara. The red head quickly protected himself from the attack. This left his back open. He roared in pain as he was struck with shuriken. Gaara swung around with the Shikaku around, whipping the other arm around, swatting Gamabunta and Nagai away. You will not end my existence. Gaara shouted. Low bridge! Naruto exclaimed. Gaara turned around into a dropkick that ripped him from the sand monster. Gaara dropped to the trees. Naruto landed on the sand after the kick but screamed as the monster crumbled into pieces. Lucky for him, Anko was able to catch him. They also landed on top of the trees. They prepared for battle. Gaara looked around and saw that he was flanked by the two Anbu. He was tired and low on chakra, but he was not defeated yet. He would never be defeated. He would not stop until he killed the person who caused him all this pain. He was going to kill Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara dashed, using the remaining chakra, at Naruto, preparing to kill him. Naruto, shrugging off Anko, dashed forward to meet him. Gaara threw a punch, but Naruto ducked it and connected with an uppercut. Gaara was sent flying to the ground below. Gaara hit the ground hard, face first. He counted himself lucky as there was still shuriken stuck to his back. Naruto also landed on the ground, using all four limbs. He was on his knees and looked at Gaara. The two glared at each other. "Did you like that, huh? You want some more?" Naruto asked tiredly. "Why are you so strong? How can you defeat me? You are a fool, a nobody. My hate is stronger than everyone's. Why was I defeated by the likes of you?" Gaara shouted. "I fought you because you threatened my home. You would have killed all my friends and everyone in the village. I wasn't about to let that happen. During my first mission outside of the village, I met a guy who told me that when you have someone to protect, you can truly become strong. I wasn't about to let those I care about die by your hand." Naruto explained. Gaara looked furious and was about to shout when Naruto spoke again. "I could have turned out like you know. Like you, I hated everyone who ignored me, hated me. What did I do to deserve their disgust? I was just a child. I wanted to wipe them all out." Naruto said. "Why didn't you?" Gaara asked, calm and curious. "It's because I'm better than them," Naruto said with a grin that resembled Anko's. He suddenly got serious. "No, that's not it. I just chose to make them see me. I refuse to give up, and one day I will get them to acknowledge me. I'm going to be Hokage after all. When that happens, they will see that I'm not a nobody." Gaara just laid there thinking. My village will never forgive me. I have killed too many. He said. You're giving up too easy. Once you do that, everything goes to shit. You have to keep fighting, Gaara. You can't quit. Naruto said. It's easy to say because you have those that care about you. I do not. Gaara stated. Start small then, with your brother and sister. They seem to be worried about you. I don't know how I know that, but they were. Naruto said. The conversation ended with the arrival of Anko and the ANBU. They secured Gaara without any resistance. Anko checked on Naruto, who was okay but tired. They got the two up and moved them to a secure location. It was raining today. The skies were gray and everyone was dressed in black. Today, the village mourned the loss of their leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, lost his life in battle. Naruto walked up to the coffin, placing a white rose like everyone else. He returned to Anko's side. When Naruto was given the news, he broke down in tears. It had been a long time since he bawled like that. Anko embraced him and did not let go. Both of them were there for each other and still were. Anko gave him a talk and it helped him some. Naruto saw Konohamaru being comforted by Irika. He looked at the others who were also sad. He noticed something up with his teammate, Sakura. She was sad, but it looks like that she was in some pain as well. Did something happen to her during the invasion? He put it in the back of his mind for now and watched as someone gave some final words to his surrogate grandfather. Naruto and Anko were enjoying some ramen after the funeral. The skies cleared up and they were hungry. Naruto wasn't eating like he was, but he was eating. After the four gave a last hooray to the sandaime, Naruto saw Kiba and Hinata out of the corner of his eye approaching him. He turned around to greet them but stopped when he saw their faces. "Is something wrong, guys?" Naruto asked. "We need to talk about Sakura," Kiba said. Naruto gave them his attention. "I noticed something was up with her." "Did something happen during the invasion?" Naruto asked. "She had to kill a man," Kiba answered. Naruto was stunned to hear that. That would explain a lot from what he saw. "She's not taking it well, is she?" Naruto asked worriedly. "No, Naruto-kun, she is not well. I do not think she has gotten over her first kill," Hinata explained. "We attempted to check on her after the funeral when she nearly punched my head off. If it wasn't for my father, I could have been seriously hurt," Hinata said without a stutter. Naruto realized that this was serious. "We told your sensei, but it doesn't seem like he's taking it too seriously. He said to give her time and if it gets worse, he'll step in," Kiba added. Naruto narrowed his eyes at that. Anko just sighed at the man's stupidity. If Sakura was losing it, she needed help. Today might have been a time of mourning, but someone needed help. Naruto thanked the two before leaving. Sakura was sitting on her bed, curled up in a ball. She was very tired and she looked horrible. She wasn't getting enough sleep. She hadn't slept in 3 days. Every time she did, she would see the face of the man that she killed. He haunted her dreams and would curse her name. Even when she was up, she could hear his voice, telling her that she killed him. Sakura couldn't even look in a mirror without seeing him. She felt guilty because she was worrying her family and comrades. Her father would stay up with her at night. Her mother was getting frown lines due to her worry. She nearly took Hinata's head off and would have if it wasn't for her father. Her parents wanted her to talk, but it was too hard. Sakura resolved herself to deal with it herself. Like it said in the guide, she would deal with this like a true shinobi would. Suddenly, she heard a knock at her window. She turned to see that it was Naruto. Sakura cleaned herself up as best as she could before opening the window. "What is it, Naruto? It's not a good time right now." "Well, I'm sorry, but you need to hear this. Due to who trained me, I'm going to be really in your face. Now, if you think that I'm going to allow you to self-destruct because you want to do this by yourself, then we're going to fight," Naruto stated. "What?" Sakura asked stunned. "Do you really think that you of all people can handle this by yourself? You think all those shinobi rules you learned in the academy is going to help you get over it? Don't be stupid. You can't keep this buried. You can't become like me or Sasuke," Naruto shouted at her. "Why are you shouting at me? What the hell do you know?" Sakura shouted back. "I know more than you think. You think I've always been like this goofy troublemaker? You are talking to a guy who has always been alone, always been ignored. You know what I did with all those feelings I had? I buried all those bad feelings because I thought that it helped me move forward. You want to know what I realized? That I made the biggest mistake ever," Naruto said calmly. Sakura looked at Naruto with stunned silence. Naruto continued to speak. "I buried a lot of bad feelings, Sakura. A lot of what you see is a mask that I created to keep myself from getting hurt. I've been using it for years. I could tell you that it helps, but sooner or later, it's going to slip. I'm an example, Anko Onizan is an example, and Sasuke is definitely an example. He's got issues upon issues. The point that I'm getting to, Sakura, is that keeping it in doesn't really work. You're not us. You're outgoing, bubbly and girly to keep stuff in," Naruto said. The comment made Sakura giggle. It was the first time that she did in 3 days. She was silent for a while before facing the boy in her window. So, what do you think I should do? Sakura asked. I'm scared, Naruto. I see that man's face every time I close my eyes. I don't know what I can do. You're doing something now. Admitting that you have a problem is the first step. You got to talk to your parents. Let those that love about you take care of you. Me, Kiba, Hinata, your parents, you have a group that only want the best for you. When you get back to that place, your spot will be waiting for you. Naruto said with a grin. Sakura chuckled at the stupid grin on his face. She couldn't believe that Naruto was making her do that. Thank you, Naruto, I mean it. Sakura said. Naruto clicked his tongue before bouncing off on the rooftops. Sakura turned around and was surprised to see her door open and her parents in the doorway. They smiled at her and held out their arms. Sakura started to tear up before rushing into their arms. The adults hugged their child and never let go. Watching from the rooftops, Anko couldn't help but smile at the scene. Her Otuto had done really good. She looked up to the sky. The will of fire is still strong, Sandame-sama. Everything is going to be fine, she said. Anko turned and vanished. A lone leaf floated in the air and up to the heavens. Chapter 36. Sakura woke up when her alarm went off. She stopped it and got out of bed. She stretched a bit before doing some push-ups and sit-ups. After her morning routine, she took a shower to get ready for the day. It was still pretty early, but it did not deter her from where she was going to go. Besides, it was the only time that her sponsor could see her. She got dressed and went down to eat with her parents. She had a quick breakfast and left, saying goodbye to her parents. Sakura walked the streets to see that the rebuild of the village was still going on. Only 2 days had passed since the Sandame's funeral and Naruto's pep talk. After that day, the family went to see the Yamanaka family to get some help. Ino was very surprised to hear what Sakura was going through and was there for her. Inoichi also understood and sent for someone. He assured the Haruno family that this person would be great for Sakura. Mitsune was a godsend to her. In those 2 days, Mitsune had managed to get her to sleep properly. She didn't use Jinjutsu or her family's jutsu on her. Mitsune just talked to her and listened to when she spoke. She got her to see that she was no monster and what happened was a case of survival. What made Sakura really happy was that Mitsune treated her like a ninja, as an equal. It felt great. Sakura arrived at Mitsune's door and knocked. "Come in, Sakura," she called out. Sakura entered to see the Yamanaka woman sitting with some tea made. Sakura smiled at her and entered, closing the door behind her. Naruto and Anko were having an intense spar in midair. They were using their kunai and were engaging each other viciously. They would counter, block or dodge the other's strike. By the cuts, Naruto was losing, but he gotten a few cut on Anko as there were some cut marks on her. The two prepared to attack each other again when someone entered their battle. "Hello, my apprentice and his sexy sister," called out an amused Jiraiya. He quickly caught the kunai that was thrown directly at his jewels. "Hey, that was uncalled for. So was pushing me into a ravine and playing with my life," Naruto countered. Jiraiya looked annoyed by that statement and the smirk on Anko's face did not help. "What are you doing here, pervert? We were in the middle of something," Anko said. "I need Naruto to come with me on an important mission," Jiraiya said. "With you?" "Yeah, right. Any mission with you is probably a stupid peeking mission for that dumb book of yours," Naruto commented. "Like you know anything about literature, brat. We are going to search for our new Hokage," Jiraiya shouted. That got their attention. Anko was trying to figure out who was outside of the village that he could be going to get. It suddenly hit her. "Okay, brat, go and get ready for this mission. It's important to the village," Anko said. "Oh, the hell that you care. You're just scared that I was catching up, Naruto shouted. It earned him a smack upside the head. No, you moron. This is an important mission. We need a leader or we are going to be in trouble, Anko explained. Besides, it's not every day that you could say to people that I personally met all three of the Sannin. Naruto looked at her and was not convinced. Come on, one Sannin is a traitor because he didn't become Hokage and the other is a pervert who needs to spy on women. This Sannin is probably as messed up as the other two, Naruto argued. Are you seriously arguing with me? Anko asked dangerous. Fine, I'll go, Naruto said. He turned to Jiraiya. I'll meet you at the gates in an hour. With that said, Naruto vanished. Anko and Jiraiya faced each other. He seems a little hostile toward me. Is he really still hung up about the ravine thing? Jiraiya asked. Maybe it has something to do with things being kept for him. Just a thought, Anko said sarcastically. Well, I'll make it up to him. I'll show him a jutsu and he'll forget all about it, he said. Oh yes, I'm sure that he will. Anko's voice dripped with sarcasm. She just shook her head and vanished as well. Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder why those two had it out for him. What did he do that was so wrong in their eyes? He just sighed and made his way to prepare for the trip. Kakashi was waiting for Sasuke at the tea shop. He sent a message to the Uchiha to explain that the team was on hiatus for the time being. Thinking about his team upset him a little. It was bad enough when Naruto would give him attitude, but with Sakura's choice to take time off, he really wished she would have come to him first. Her decision caused a lot of issues between him and the council. When he was called by the council, he could see by the looks on their faces that they were not happy. They told him about the discussion that they had with Sakura, who asked to be removed from duty until she got straight. While proud of her decision, the council then turned on him and demanded to know why he did not confront the problem himself. Kakashi tried to make an excuse, but they were not having it. Due to the reports made by the late Hokage and Sakura's meeting with them, they decided to put Kakashi under review. The Jonin was shocked by the decision. Kakashi sighed because he knew what a review would mean. He could be removed as sensei and he could even be fined or demoted. He decided to ignore his fate and focused on the two men in the tea shop. They were wearing the robes that Jiraiya told him about. That's when he saw Asuma and Kurenai. Hey guys, you guys on a date or something? Kakashi asked. Don't say stupid things, Kakashi, Kurenai stated with a blush. What are you doing here, Kakashi? Shouldn't you be concentrating on what you're going to do about your review? Asuma asked. I'll deal with the review when it comes, Kakashi said. I'm waiting for Sasuke. I'm going to get some sweets. For Obito's grave? That's a nice gesture, Asuma said, noticing the small motion by Kakashi. That's when Sasuke made his presence felt. He took one look at the tea shop and turned his nose up in disgust. I don't like sweets, he said. Is that so? Kakashi asked. He saw that the two were gone. Asuma and Kurenai nodded and disappeared as well, leaving a very confused Sasuke. Naruto and Jiraiya were a great distance now. They were moving at a civilian's pace and they had not spoken to each other since leaving. Jiraiya tried, but he would get a snarky reply from the blonde. It was starting to get annoying. Okay kid, what is your problem with me? You can't still be mad at me about what I did during training? Jiraiya asked. Naruto stopped and turned to face the Sannin. He gave him a serious glance. Were you ever going to tell about the Akatsuki? Naruto asked, surprising Jiraiya. I mean, that is the reason you really wanted me to use the Kyuubi's chakra, right? Jiraiya cursed mentally and was a little peeved at Anko. His hesitation only pissed the blonde off. He turned to walk off, but Jiraiya got in front of him to stop him. Okay, perhaps I should have told you why I wanted you to use its chakra. Yes, part of the reason is the Akatsuki. They are after you, or rather, they are after your tenant. That is one of the reasons I forced you to use its power. You need to be ready to face them in the future. He explained. Then you should have said so, Erosenin, pervy sage. I'm so sick of people thinking that I'm some stupid kid. I understand things as well enough when it comes to me. Naruto shouted. Look, there is a reason why things are like that. We are just trying to protect you. Jiraiya said. Whatever, let's just get this over with. Naruto said and walked off. Jiraiya sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. He was really hoping to get to know his godson a little, but it looked like it would be harder than he thought. He followed Naruto to the nearby town, unaware that they were being followed. Sakura was annoyed. She looked at the treats that she brought that were crushed thanks to Sasuke. She was beginning to wonder what she ever saw in him. Huffing in annoyance, she decided to buy some more treats and go to visit Lee in the hospital. That's when she walked past a tea shop and saw Anko. Sakura decided to say hi to her. Hello, Anko-san. Sakura greeted. Hey Pinky, how are doing? Anko asked with a grin. I'm doing a little better. Mitsun tells me that I should be good to go in a month or two. Irika is going to do my evaluation when Mitsun gives the word. Still, I'm a little annoyed today. Sakura said. Why? What's going on? She asked. I really don't know. I was going to offer Naruto one of these mochi as a thank you for his words. That's when Sasuke ran up on me and demanded to know where Naruto was. I didn't know, and he knocks over my box of mochi. He rushed off without an apology and crushed my treats. That's something all these prodigies have. I call it the asshole gene. You shouldn't let it bother you so much. If you want, I'll tell Naruto when he comes back from his mission. I'll even buy you some dango to replace the mochi. Anko said. Thanks a lot, Anko-san. I think that Lee would like them. Sakura said. So you're interested in mini guy, huh? Anko asked slyly. What? No, we're just friends. She exclaimed. Oh, that's so cute. It's that type of denial that makes it so amusing. You and that Hyuga girl have to take control like I do when it comes to the man you want. Speaking of control, hey Irika-kun. Anko called out. Seeing Anko, Irika immediately turned and darted in the other direction. This just made Anko grin widely. I love it when he runs. It gives me a good view of that, but... She turned to the shopkeeper. Put those dango on my tab for Pinky here. I have a chunin to chase. With that, Anko took off after Irika. Sakura just blinked at the scene and wondered just how much she influenced Naruto. Naruto was bouncing a ball around the room while his clones were also doing various things. He did this to take his mind off that stupid pervert. They didn't even get settled until he chased after some skirt. Why was he burdened with such a poor sensei? He should have fought harder with Anko about coming on this stupid trip. His attention turned to the door when he heard a knock. One of his clones went to the door and was about to mock Jiraiya for his failing. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see a pair of Sharingan eyes. The older teen looked a lot like Sasuke. That's when he saw his robes and realized just who this guy worked for. Oh shit. The clone cursed. This got the attention of the other clone and the original. They joined him and saw who they were facing. They also cursed, but mentally. The young adult noticed the look of recognition and wondered how he knew. That's when his partner stepped into view. Seeing him, Naruto knew that he was in some real trouble. You never told me that the boy knew the Kage Bunshin, shadow clone, Itachi. He said. It also seems that he also know just who we are, Kisame. Itachi added. Is that so? Well, I guess that means we don't have to explain ourselves. Isn't that right, Kyubi? Kisame asked with a grin. Being called that did not sit well with Naruto or his clones. Hey, the name is Naruto Fish Face. They all exclaimed. Fish Face, I haven't heard that one before. Kisame said with a chuckle. Have you heard that you're overcompensating with such a large weapon and you really have to pay for it because of the smell you produce? Was the innocent question from one of them. Kisame lost his smile. The amused snort that came from his teammate only made Kisame frown. Can I cut off his legs now? Kisame asked with annoyance. Itachi! A voice shouted. Everyone looked down the hall to see an enraged Sasuke. Naruto couldn't believe that his luck was this bad. Who's the brat? Kisame asked. He's my younger brother. Itachi answered. Really? I thought you killed every Uchiha. Kisame asked with a grin. You were never held as a child, were you? Naruto insulted. Kisame gave him a glare. I swear, the first chance I get, I am shaving off your legs. Kisame said. Enough. Sasuke shouted, tired of being ignored. I have done as you have asked. I have hated you. I have loathed you. I have done nothing but hate you. Now, I shall take my vengeance. Sasuke activated the Chidori and charged at the group, his Sharingan blazing. Chapter 37, Sasuke rushed at the two men. His Chidori was blazing and his aim was true at his brother. Itachi just looked at the charging Sasuke before catching his wrist. An explosion erupted and a hole appeared from the jutsu. The two Uchiha looked at each other, Sharingan active. One looked on with hate, the other with no expression. Naruto looked at the situation and balked. He knew that they had to get out of here. Naruto's clones attacked the two. The two men didn't even flinch and Kisame destroyed them all with a swing of his sword. The attack created a brief smokescreen. That's when Itachi felt a nerve on his hand get hit, making him release Sasuke. The smoke quickly cleared and the two were not there. Kisame let out a low whistle and actually smiled. So the kid used the smoke from his clones to get him and his comrade away. He's more capable than we thought. He said. Yes. However, he did not get far. Itachi said. He jumped out of the hole and landed on the ground. The second he landed, he deflected several shuriken from his left. He dodged a 3-hit combo before lashing out with a kick. Sasuke was sent flying, spitting out some bile as he flew. Naruto appeared and caught Sasuke. That's when he felt Kisame behind him. He quickly did some seals and vanished before he could get his hand on him. The two searched the area to look for them. That's when Itachi did some hand seals. Doton Kaido Shokutsu. Opening earth-rising excavation, suddenly, the two were forced out of the ground and they slammed into an earth pillar. They groaned but managed to get to their feet. I am quite impressed, Naruto. With Kakashi as your sensei, I figured he would have focused on my brother, unless someone else trained you. Still, you are more of a shinobi than I assumed. Yeah kid, you have made 2 moves that any good shinobi would make when they know that they are outmatched. Kisame added on to the praise. However, you are making an assumption that Sasuke wants to escape. You could not be more wrong. Itachi finished. Naruto looked at his teammate. Damn it, he's right team. This isn't the time for your revenge. We need to get out of here. Naruto shouted. Stay out of my way, Naruto. You will not stop me. Sasuke shouted. Growling, Naruto quickly decked Sasuke. Putting him in a chokehold, Naruto tossed a few smoke pellets on the ground. When it cleared, they were gone. As Naruto hid under his Kakuremino no Jutsu, Cloak of Invisibility technique, he attempted to choke Sasuke out so that he would calm down. Sasuke struggled against the hold, trying to break free. That's when those marks started to appear on Sasuke. Naruto began to lose his grip as Sasuke was freeing himself. Sasuke broke free and spun around, nailing Naruto with a very strong punch. Sasuke threw the cloak off him and revealed himself. Sasuke, using the power of the curse mark, turned his attention to Itachi and charged at him. The power he felt gave him some confidence in attacking Itachi. He threw a punch, which was dodged. That's when he felt incredible pain in his chest. It was from Itachi's fist. He grabbed him and threw him into the wall. Sasuke hit the wall hard and the pain increased when Itachi drove his elbow into his gut. Naruto shook the cobwebs out and rubbed his jaw. He swore that he was going to get Sasuke back for that punch. He got to his feet and looked on to see Sasuke get the stuffing knocked out of him. He looked ready to make a move when a voice spoke out. "Sorry kid, but you're going to have to get past me if you want to help him," Kisame said. Naruto cursed and started to channel his chakra only to feel it leave him. Naruto looked shocked until the movement of Kisame's weapon caught his attention. "Not this time, kid." Naruto growled and tried to think of way out. That's when he heard Sasuke scream. "Whoa, Itachi is pretty vicious today." "Well kid, it's been fun and all, but I think that you're all out of moves. Got any last words for me?" he asked. "I don't know. Don't you have to go and fuck yourself?" Naruto cursed. "Ah, that's the spirit," Kisame said with a grin and swung his sword. That's when it was stopped by a toad wearing gauntlets. Naruto and Kisame were surprised by this until they heard a voice. "You two have clearly underestimated me. When you are as well known as I, the ladies." "Hey, enough of your bullshit arrow senin. Pervy Sage, we have a situation, so get your ass in gear," Naruto roared. Jiraiya gave him an annoyed look, but he did turn his attention to the two Akatsuki members. Itachi released Sasuke, who was as limp as a noodle. Turning his attention to Jiraiya, Itachi made a decision. "Kisame, we're retreating. Even if we both engaged him, we will most likely die. We have all the time to make our move," Itachi said. "All right," Kisame said, not happy about the situation. He then looked directly at Naruto. "Listen kid, keep doing what you've been doing. It'll be real interesting when we meet again." With that said, the two vanished. Naruto was still on guard as he made his way to check on Sasuke. Jiraiya just sighed as he knew that this would only be troublesome. Back in Konoha, Anko was making her way toward the academy. She held 2 packs on her back and had a big smile on her face. She had gotten permission to seek out the other serpent contract. She figured that she would have to beg for that permission, but the idea of having the snake contract back in Konoha was just too tempting. They were willing to forget about the connection to Orochimaru if it got the village one of similar strength. Well, she didn't care. They even allowed her to pick her partner. Anko entered the academy and made a beeline for her favorite class. She opened the door right in the middle of the class. The students looked on and recognized the Tokubetsu Jonin. "Hi kiddies," Anko greeted. "Hi Anko-chan," they all greeted. They were all told by the woman to call her that. That's when Anko grabbed Irika by the arm. "So, I'm going to be borrowing your sensei for a mission. You won't be seeing him for a while. Don't worry, we're just going to pick something up and come right back. I'll bring your sensei back in one piece, okay?" Anko asked. "Are you two going to be alone on this mission?" asked a student. Yes we are," Anko said with a grin. The group oohed and started to giggle at that. That's when Konohamaru stood up. "Don't let this chance go, Irika-sensei," he said with a grin and putting up one of his thumbs. "Use protection you too," Moegi added. Anko just smirked while Irika just looked at the students that were corrupted by the woman. Tossing his pack, Anko dragged the unwilling Chunin out of the class. "Bye kiddas!" Anko exclaimed. "Bye Anko-chan, Irika-sensei, have fun!" They all said. The door was closed. Sakura was making her way to the hospital to check on Lee. She had been doing that a lot lately and was even requested by Guy-sensei to look after him. She was more than happy to do it. It helped in her training, so it was a win-win for her. She didn't even get into the hospital when she saw the person that she was supposed to be watch. He was outside, doing one-armed push-ups. She saw the nurse trying to get him to stop. Sighing, she made her way over to the area. "Lee, what are you doing?" Sakura asked with a tone. Lee froze in mid-push-up when he heard Sakura's tone. He was quickly to his feet, crutch and all. "Sakura-chan, how are you today?" Lee said nervously. "I asked you a question. Did you forget what you promised me yesterday?" She demanded. I'm sorry Sakura-chan." Lee said cow-toed. Sakura just sighed and gave Lee a disapproving look. "Lee, you need to rest your body. You are seriously injured and in order for your body to recover, you need to rest," she said. "But I cannot lose my youthful energy or I will go soft," Lee explained. "You aren't going to go soft. I already have some exercises you can do in your room and it would not affect your recovery. I told you I would find a way and I have." "Are you saying that you didn't trust me?" Sakura asked sadly and with a pout. "No. I trust you. I trust you," Lee said excitedly. "Good," Sakura said happily. "Now, let's get you back into your room and we can begin." Lee nodded and with unknown energy, got into the wheelchair that was there. Sakura just giggled at his antics, before pushing him back inside the hospital. The nurse who had been trying for several minutes was stunned by what just happened. That's when she was joined by another nurse. "I should have told you about her. She is the only one that he will listen to. He's got such a sweet crush on her. I was worried due to who his sensei is." The nurse said. "Why aren't we paying her for that? Handling that boy is a full-time job," the first nurse said. "His doctor teaches her medicine and physical therapy. In fact, I heard that she was researching a way to help him back up on his feet," the nurse said. They chatted all the way into the hospital. Jiraiya and Naruto were facing each other. Neither had a happy look on their faces. "You know Naruto, your attitude is starting to wear on my nerves and is ruining my trip. How is this anyway my fault? I didn't know that Uchiha Itachi or Hoshigaki Kisame were members. I only knew about Orochimaru because I was keeping tabs on him and he left the group years ago," Jiraiya explained. "Aren't you the village's spy master? Are you telling me that you couldn't even get one single name other than Orochimaru?" Naruto demanded. "I'm sorry that my information does not impress you, but I'm trying my best to get more information. You're just going to have to deal with it," Jiraiya countered. "Deal with it? That's your damn answer? Why don't you do your blasted job, Ero Sennin?" Naruto spat. "I will not be questioned by a genin. You know nothing of the real world. A true ninja endures every challenge that comes at him," Jiraiya shouted. "Don't you lecture me. What the hell do you know about what I have to endure? Before Anko, I used to be ignored and hated. I didn't know why, but I would always smile and keep going. Even after I learned why, I still get up and protect those who have ignored me. I don't know about enduring or hardships. Screw you, asshole," Naruto exclaimed and stormed off. Jiraiya sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Why did things have to be so complicated? He realized that he was out of line when he shouted at Naruto. Hearing his godson's words made him realize just how much he failed in his duties. He knew what Naruto endured and he was not happy. He even told his past sensei about it, but he turned it around on him. It only increased his guilt and highlighted his failures. After a while, he stood and went in search of the blonde. He found him training. He did not stop when he entered the field. Naruto ignored him and continued to train. Jiraiya knew this, but it would not stop him from speaking. Okay Naruto, that was a bad move on my part and I'm sorry. I don't know what you have been through, and I have no right to tell you anything. Still, we have a mission that we need to complete. We need to put our differences aside and finish it. Can we agree on that? Jiraiya asked. Naruto stopped training and turned to face him. He was still angry, but he was taught to always think about the mission first. He huffed in annoyance, but nodded in acceptance. Jiraiya grinned at the blonde. Good. As a sign of good faith, I'll teach you a jutsu. It's a powerful one too. What kind of jutsu? Naruto asked. Jiraiya held out his palm and formed a sphere of chakra. Naruto was stunned by the jutsu. He was even more surprised that he did it without hand seals. He looked at Jiraiya, who just had a triumphant smirk on his face. Chapter 38, Naruto looked at the water balloon before giving Jiraiya a look of annoyance. You can't be serious. Naruto said with a tone. I'm very serious. This is the first step to the Rasengan, the Yondame's personal jutsu. Jiraiya explained. When Jiraiya told him and showed him the jutsu that he would be learning, he was excited. The added bonus was the fact that no one could copy it because it required no hand seals. However, there were 3 steps that Naruto had to learn before he could master this jutsu. He was holding the first step. You're telling me that the first step to this jutsu is to pop this water balloon? Naruto asked. I'm assuming that you know both the tree climbing and water walking exercises? Naruto nodded. This just is all about shape transformation of one's chakra to the highest possible point. It's a very hard jutsu to learn as it took my student 3 years to master. I've broken it into 3 parts. This is the first part. Jiraiya explained while holding a water balloon himself. That's when Naruto watched with awe as the balloon burst instantly. Your first test is to burst the balloon using the water inside it. Good luck, kid. With that, Jiraiya left Naruto. The blonde sucked his teeth at what just happened before turning his attention back to the water balloon. Sakura was helping Lee with the physical treatment that she made for him. She could see that it hurt him a lot, but the young teen kept at it. He finally gave out after the 8th rep. It's okay, Lee. That was pretty good for a first try. Just rest for a while. Sakura said while doing some hand seals. Her hands began to glow a faint green and she placed it on Lee's arm. Lee could feel the pain lessen and was grateful for it. After a few moments, Lee was feeling a little better. Thank you, Sakura-chan. You have also come a long way from your training. Lee said. Sakura had a small blush from the praise. That's when someone entered the room. They turned to see that it was Ino. There you are. Why are you not checking on Sasuke? Ino demanded. What are you talking about, Inobuta, pig? Sakura asked hotly. I mean, forehead, Sasuke was just admitted into the hospital. He's in a coma or something. So come on, we have to see if he's okay. Ino said. Sakura was about to rush off, but stopped herself. She turned back to Lee and realized that she was being a crappy friend. That was something that she wanted to change. She turned back to Ino. I can't right now. I'm helping Lee with his therapy. Sakura said. What? But Sasuke is hurt. Ino exclaimed. And I'm pretty sure that he has doctors all over him. I made a promise to Lee and I'm sticking to it. Now if you will excuse us, we have work to do. Sakura said. She pushed Ino out of the room and closed the door. Ino was left outside, stunned by what happened. Alone, Lee gave Sakura a look. I wouldn't have minded if you checked on your teammate. He said. I know you wouldn't, but I'm here to help you. So, are you ready to continue? Sakura asked. Yosh! Lou exclaimed. Sakura giggled at his antics and they continued with their work. Naruto faced a tree and was tossing kunai after kunai at it. He actually made a face of himself and was pleased with his work. That is what Jiraiya came up on, and he was confused as to why Naruto wasn't working on the jutsu. You taking a break or something, kid? Jiraiya asked. Huh? Naruto said, turning to him. The man pointed to the water balloons. Oh, that, I finished the first step like 2 hours ago. Yeah, right, kid, tell me another joke. Jiraiya said. Naruto just walked over to the pile and picked up a water balloon. He walked back to Jiraiya and held the ball in his face. He then rotated his chakra until the balloon exploded in his face. Jiraiya spurted as the water hit him. He wiped the water off and looked at Naruto in shock. But how? Yeah, thanks for explaining to me that you needed to rotate the water in several paths. That's why it exploded like it does, right? Naruto asked with a tone. Okay, you got me there. How did you manage to even do that? He asked. With my chakra control issues, it was the main thing me Anko worked on. Hell, I still do. I know how my chakra flows, and creating other flows wasn't as hard as making them spin fast. So what's the next stage of this jutsu? Naruto asked. Jiraiya just sighed at the boy in front of him. While he was impressed with his understanding of the first stage, it took him 3 months to burst the balloon. Naruto only raised an eyebrow at the fact the man was hugging his knees and muttering it isn't fair over and over again. A week later, Naruto was glaring at the rubber ball in his hand. This was the second stage of the Rasengan, and it was not as easy as the first. While the first part was about rotation, this part was about power. Naruto figured that he needed to use denser chakra to burst the ball. He was having a hard time doing so. He took a break and laid on the ground to rest. As he closed his eyes, a memory came to him. Flashback: Naruto was rubbing his head and gave Anko a dirty look. She returned the look without a care. Shoot me all the dirty looks you want, but we are not leaving here until you do it right. Anko said with some stress. What's the point of this? I already know how to do the jutsu. Why should I work on it more? Naruto argued. You might know the jutsu, but it could be a whole lot bigger. Right now, your Doria Taiga, Earth Flow River, is like a small stream, but it could be a raging river. You just need to focus harder. If you keep giving me lip, I'm going to sick my favorite on you. Anko said with a grin. Like you wouldn't have anyway. Naruto said with a tone. With a sigh, Naruto stood and began to focus his chakra. He gathered enough before going through the seals. Doton Doria Taiga. The earth loosens and a wild river of mud flowed down a hill. Naruto was a little stunned while Anko smirked. See, what did I tell you? Always listen to you when Isan, and she won't stare you wrong. Present Naruto opened his eyes and popped up to his feet. He took the ball in his hand and held it out. He began to focus his chakra into the ball. He kept going and going until he could feel the ball begin to expand. Feeling that it was enough, he began to rotate the chakra just like he did with the first stage. With a roar, he slammed the ball into the ground. The backlash sent Naruto flying toward a thick tree. Lucky for him, Jiraiya was watching and caught him before he slammed into it. Jiraiya looked at the crater he created, then back at the boy he was holding. He learned the second part in a week. He is truly special. Anko deserves all the credit for this. Jiraiya threw the boy over his shoulder and took back toward the village that they were staying. Jiraiya's and Naruto's search for Tsunade was going good. In fact, they found the woman sitting with young woman and a pig. It took a while, but the pervert finally tracked her down to this town. When they entered, they saw a crowd pointing at the air. They learned that something destroyed the famous castle that the town was known for. The two decided to try and find Tsunade quickly. They checked only 3 bars before finding her. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya called out. The woman looked up and groaned in displeasure. Jiraiya and Naruto walked up to their table and sat down. "What the hell are you doing here, Jiraiya?" she demanded. "Can't I come and see an old teammate?" he asked. "I've been getting that a lot lately. Besides, don't you have more important things to do? I know that the village truly needs you," Tsunade said. "And how did you find out about that, I wonder? However, that is not important at the moment. You're right, I am here on business. The village is in dire straits, and we need your help. I am here to tell you that you have been chosen to become Hokage," Jiraiya stated. There was a moment of silence around the table. Shizen looked shocked at what was just offered while Naruto just sat there and waited. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a look before pulling out some cards. "No thanks," she said. "I figured that would be your answer, but I'm not leaving here until you agree. There is no one else who can take up the mantle. It'd have to be you," he explained. "Why should it be me? You were Sensei's favorite. You should take up the hat. I'll pray for your safety, not that it will help you much." "So, you're still on that same old story, huh? Why should I change my position? Anyone who wants to be Hokage is a fool who is looking for a way to die. Sorry, but I like to live a little bit more," Tsunade said. "Hey, what are you talking about, Granny?" Naruto said, cutting in on the conversation. "You got something against the title of Hokage?" Tsunade looked at the blonde before smirking at him. "Like I said, only fools have dreams of being Hokage. It's nothing but a death sentence. It destroys lives, breaks up homes and destroys dreams. Take my advice, kid, give up on that dream of becoming Hokage," she said. Naruto looked at her before looking at Jiraiya. "This is the bitch we came to get? You told me that she was a strong kunoichi, not this sorry, sad sack," Naruto said. Tsunade's smirk turned into a frown at what the boy called her. "You've got a rude little mouth, brat," Tsunade said with a tone. "I'd rather have a rude mouth than act like some type of victim. Let me guess, you lost someone or ones that you were very close with. I even bet that their goal was to be Hokage. But because they wanted to be Hokage, you think it is the reason they died, and so you think that the title is a death sentence. Sorry, but you're not going to get any sympathy from me just because you lost hope. I'm going to live my dream of becoming Hokage, and when I do, I'll send you a picture of my ass with the words, 'Kiss it,'" Naruto told her. That did not sit well with Tsunade. It only infuriated her. "You got some balls, kid. You better be careful or I'll take them from you," Tsunade snarled threateningly. Naruto stood on the table and got in her face. "You want to go, old lady? We'll go. I just hope that you don't break a hip," Naruto insulted. Tsunade got up and stared at him in the eye. "All right, brat, you want a spanking? I'll give you a spanking," Tsunade said. Jiraiya just sighed at the scene. He just hoped that this didn't get too out of control. It only took the two adults 2.5 days to reach the Temple of the Snake contract. While Anko was feeling great, Iruka looked like death walking on earth. He didn't really get much sleep due to the fact that he had to keep his vigilance against Anko's advancements. Don't get him wrong, Anko was a very beautiful woman, sexy as hell, but she was a little too forward. During their rest stops, she had tried to seduce him at least 10 times. 4 of those times, he caught a really good view of her naked body and she planned those. Iruka let out a yawn and Anko looked at him with a sigh. "You know, it isn't my fault that you look like that. I told you we could share the bed," Anko said. You were naked and kept touching me in places that kept me up. Irika said with a weak frown. Like you weren't happy? Anko said with a smirk and continued on into the temple. Irika just sighed and popped a food pill in his mouth. They made their way through the temple, avoiding the deadly traps that were placed around the place. They soon made their way to the main chamber and they both let out a happy laugh when they saw the scroll. It was a beautiful-looking scroll that looked like it was made of silk. They made their way toward the scroll only to feel something rumbling. From below, two snakes appeared and wrapped around the shine that held the scroll. The two narrowed their eyes at the two. So, you have finally arrived? I figured Kaijin or Nagai would have informed you of this scroll. We will not allow you to free Suki Anko. You and your friend are about to die. With that the two serpents launched themselves at the two. Chapter 39, Anko and Irika dove out of the way as the two snakes tried to eat them. Irika tossed several kunai that embedded themselves to one snake. He activated the explosive note. The serpent was not amused and rushed him. Irika used a bunshin/kawarimi jutsu to escape. He tossed more kunai with explosive notes. The serpent hissed as Irika took out an eye. Hissing in rage, he charged at Irika. He was cut off by another serpent that was ridden by Anko. The woman jumped off and landed next to Irika. The two watched as the four serpents were battling it out. Irika looked at Anko. Go, I'll back up your friends. Irika shouted. Anko nodded and rushed into the temple. She saw the scroll and made her way to it. She tripped a few traps, but she was able to avoid them. Anko made it and placed her hand on the scroll. She closed her eyes as a blinding light. When she opened her eyes, she found herself restrained by a pearl-well snake. The amber eyes of the giant serpent bore into her. You have that taint of Orochimaru on you. Why have you come here? She demanded. I have come to sign your contract, to bring honor back to the Hibi clan. Anko said. She groaned when the serpent tightened her grip. Why should I believe you? Prove to me why I should believe you? She asked. Look into my eyes, and you will see the truth. Anko said. The serpent did just that. The two looked at each other for a while. The grip loosened and Anko got released. Suddenly, a serpent appeared and bit Anko. She winced and tried to get the serpent off when she noticed a tattoo appear. The snake released his grip and vanished. Do not take this as acceptance. You will have to prove yourself. I will be watching. Suki said. Nothing new for me. Anko said with a grin. Now, let's get started with our new arrangement. Outside the temple, Irika stood with Anko's snakes. That's when the temple was destroyed and from out of the rubble, the great white snake appeared. The two guards were scared when they saw Suki. She hissed at the two. Leave. She commanded. The two snakes slithered away, knowing that they could not fight her. She turned her attention to two snakes that were cowering under her gaze. That's when Anko got her attention. Suki-sama, please spare these two. They have put their lives on the line to tell me about you. They are also my trusted friends. Anko said. Suki looked at the two and let out a huff. Very well. Suki said before vanishing. Anko landed on the ground and gave Irika a grin. The Chunin was happy for her. Anko told her two friends to stay here while the two shinobi began their trip back to the village. At the same time, Naruto was preparing to deal with Tsunade. He was annoyed with the lush who arrogantly told him that she would only use one finger to beat him. Granted, he knew that he was outmatched against her, but he wasn't going to let her get away with the actions. While he might lose, he was going to make her humble. Well, brat, having second thoughts? Tsunade mocked. Nah, just getting ready. I hope you are ready to lose. Naruto said. Tsunade scoffed at him as Naruto launched himself at Tsunade. He summoned some clones, surprising Tsunade a little. Using the walls and roofs, the clones attacked her from different angles. She avoided each attack and countered with a finger flick to each of the clones, dispelling them. Was that it? Tsunade asked mockingly. Naruto just grinned at her before several snakes popped out of the ground. Tsunade was very stunned, which got her bit. Naruto launched himself forward and threw a kick. Tsunade quickly countered, freeing herself and knocked his kick away. Naruto was able to recover and did hand seals as he hit the ground. Doton Doria Taiga. Earth release earth flow river. Tsunade was swept away by the muddy water. She stopped herself with chakra before slamming her fist on the ground, destroying the river and causing some destruction. She looked up only to get kicked in the face. With a growl, Tsunade punched Naruto very hard. Naruto was sent flying in the air. Realizing what just happened, Jiraiya caught his apprentice in mid-flight. He quickly checked him over. Naruto was out cold and had a bruise forming on his jaw. He looked at Tsunade and hit her with a very harsh glare. The woman flinched at that glare and was actually scarred. Tsunade relaxed herself and nodded. The fight was over. Tsunade's glowing hand was over Naruto's face. The bruise was going away and the swelling was going down. She counted the boy lucky that he has Uzumaki genes in him. She predicted that he would be up and about by the afternoon. She stood up and left him to rest. When she exited his room, she was face to face with Jiraiya. The brat is okay. He should be up by the afternoon, Tsunade said. Jiraiya's stern look never left his face. Tsunade felt like she was a child under that stare and did not like it. Don't give me that look. The brat should have known better. You could have caved in his face. You never knew restraint when you were angry, drunk, or both. The man explained. Hey, the little brat shouldn't have ran his mouth, Tsunade exclaimed. Why? Because he told you the truth? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade looked at him with surprise. Unlike the kid, I do understand why you left. Still, he's right. You blame the position for their lives. It's the truth, deal with it. You got some balls saying that. She growled. Really? Then why don't you prove it and tell me about your meeting with Orochimaru? Jiraiya demanded. Tsunade tensed up at that but said nothing. She scoffed and made her exit. As she opened the door, Jiraiya spoke once more. Tsunade, if you betray Konoha, I will not hesitate to kill you. I will not make the same mistake with Orochimaru. I will end the Senja line. Tsunade stayed there for a while before walking out. Jiraiya just sighed and entered the room to check on Naruto. Tsunade was walking around the city. She was going in and out of gambling halls, breaking even. Despite that, she was not in a good mood. 3 things bothered her since yesterday. The first was Orochimaru. She didn't trust that snake. He was a silver-tongued traitor who was only out for himself. Did she believe that he could bring back her loved ones? Maybe the cost was something she could not deal with. Or could she? The second was Jiraiya. She didn't know who that guy was, but it wasn't the Jiraiya she knew. The Jiraiya she knew was a fool who was optimistic about the world and always smiling. He also showed her sympathy to her issues. Despite his perversions, she could always count on him. This guy, he was not the idiot she thought. How dare he tell her that she was wrong? How dare he tell her to get over it? If she saw him again, she would launch him out of the city. Lastly, the boy. Just thinking about him sent her into a rage. She knew why Jiraiya brought him, but he was not her brother, Nawaki. Nawaki knew when to be respectful. She was just trying to help him and he threw it in her face. Then he thought he could have fought her and he paid the price. She was not sorry, not even a little bit. If the brat wanted to die, then she would let him. She made her way around when she caught sight of the brat. From what she saw, it looked like he was training. That's when she saw him create a clone. She watched as he and the clone began to form something in his hand. Her eyes widened when she saw what it was. She then watched Naruto charge forward and slam his jutsu into the tree. It grinded deep into the tree before it was over. The kid looked pleased with himself. Heh, that was a good idea. Well, Anko Onizan always said, if you can't do it right, cheat. Naruto said to his clone. What kind of advice is that? Tsunade asked, startling the blondes. When they saw who it was, they both frowned. The clone dispelled, leaving the two blondes alone. What the hell do you want? You come to finish the job? Naruto asked rudely. Tsunade bristled a little but didn't act on her annoyance. You still got a mouth on you, brat? I thought me knocking you senseless would have taught you some respect. Tsunade said. Really? Well, I only respect real shinobi and the Hokage. Since you're neither, why don't you get lost? Don't you have more of your family's wealth you have to give to the casinos? Naruto asked mockingly. Look, brat, I don't care what you think about me. All I see is a loudmouth brat who's all talk and no action. You haven't done anything to gain my respect. You can't even do that jutsu properly. Tsunade said condescendingly. Guess we can agree on something because I feel the same way. I don't care what you think either. So what if I use a clone to do this jutsu? Does it do the same damage as the yondaime? Like Jiraiya? Yes it does, so in your face, hag. Naruto said sarcastically. Tsunade clenched her fists. Why did this brat get so under her skin? That's when Naruto continued. Oh, and let's not forget, I just won our little battle last night. One finger my ass. That was it. She had enough of it. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is, brat? Tsunade exclaimed. Naruto just looked at her. You think that you're so great? Then prove it by learning a technique I'm about to show you. You get this within the week and I'll admit that I was wrong. You don't, you get on your knees and apologize to me. I'll even sweeten the deal. I'll give you this necklace. It belongs to my grandfather and is very valuable. Che, fine. I'll take your bet. I'll take that necklace and show it the proper respect it deserves. No need for it to be sold off for some booze. Naruto stated. Tsunade growled and counted backwards from smearing his body across the area. She calmed down and smirked. This was one jutsu that he would not get. Fine, watch my hands. Tsunade said and began to show Naruto the jutsu. It took 3 days for Anko and Irika to return. They went to the council to report their success. Anko informed them that Suki would speak with them tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Irika, Anko entered the Forest of Death to summon Suki once again. The large serpent looked down at her. Twice you have summoned me. This must be important. Suki hissed. I only have 3 things to ask you. The first is, do you require sacrifices like Manda? Anko asked. That seemed to upset her. Absolutely not. Manda is a glutton and an immoral piece of garbage. He does not deserve to be leader of my clan. All one needs to summon me is to be honorable and strong of heart. Suki informed. That's good to know. The second is, how many do you have under your leadership? Out of the many, 200 were banished alongside me. Our numbers did grow while we were sealed, so it has doubled in size. Suki said. That's a lot. Does that include my 2? Anko asked. Kaijin and Nagai have sworn their loyalty to me. They are protected from Manda's rage. Okay, thank you for that. The final question I have may have to do with the Gama clan. I know that there is bad blood, it is more than bad blood. Our clans have been at war for years. I have killed my share of toads. I get that, but do you think that you can put it aside? You will be comrade if the council doesn't screw everything you. Besides, this boy that is like family to me kind of wants to sign your contract. He is also the summoner of the Gamma clan. Suki looked at Anko before snorting. I make no promises to you, Anko. I will have to see this boy you care about first. Also, it would have to be an agreement on both sides, and I do not see that happening. However, I will keep an open mind. Thank you. I will summon you tomorrow. With that said, Suki vanished in a puff of smoke. Anko decided that she was tired and went home to get some shut-eye. Jiraiya looked at Naruto as he attempted the jutsu Tsunade showed him. You know that you were suckered in this, right? Jiraiya asked. Just shut up, Ero-sennin. Naruto growled. He did the hand seals and tried to focus his chakra through his hands. It wasn't like Tsunade's example. He growled and stopped using the jutsu. Jiraiya sighed at his pupil. You're never going to get this down. Medical jutsu requires perfect control of one's chakra. You won't be able to complete it. Jiraiya explained. I'm not giving up. I'll get this jutsu and I'll show that hag. Naruto exclaimed and went back to the jutsu. Jiraiya sighed again, but he had a small smirk on his face. He liked Naruto's determination. He just left the boy to the jutsu and wished him luck. Chapter 40, Naruto was giddy today. He couldn't keep the smugness off his face. He would finally show that old hag who was the best. Granted, he would never use this jutsu regularly. It just took too much control, something he was not really good at. Like Anko said, he was just the type of shinobi who used chakra without any type of consequences. Still, he managed to do the stupid jutsu and Tsunade owed him a necklace. He found where she was staying and entered through the window. Hey hag, Naruto called out when he saw Tsunade's assistant on the ground. He was immediately next to her and checked her over. It just looked like she was just knocked out. He began to shake her. Hey Shizen, are you alright? Shizen groaned and began to open her eyes. She blinked a few times and caught sight of Naruto. Nah. Are you? Too? Shizen asked weakly. That's when she remembered what happened last night. She shot up and nearly hit Naruto in the head. Tsunade-sama. Whoa, calm down. The old hag isn't here. Naruto exclaimed. Shizen got to her feet and pulled Naruto up as well. We need to find her and fast. She's about to do something that she will regret. Shizen said quickly. Naruto looked very confused but nodded. Shizen was about to exit through the window only to jump back when a kunai nearly lodged itself into her head. Naruto pulled her back and pulled out a kunai. He looked out to see that the person who attacked was Jiraiya. What the hell, Ero-sennin, pervy sage? You could have killed Shizen. He shouted. We don't have time for that. Where is Tsunade? Jiraiya demanded. What is going on with everyone wanting the old hag? Naruto demanded. The two adults just sighed at the boy's disrespect. Naruto, Shizen and Jiraiya flew through the village, making their way outside. They managed to find an area which was completely destroyed. Jiraiya commented that this was Tsunade's work. Shizen was relieved as it meant that she refused Orochimaru's offer. Jiraiya figured that Orochimaru must have moved the fight outside the village. They managed to see a dust cloud in the distance and quickly made their way over there. They arrived just as Kabuto was about to stab Tsunade. Jiraiya acted and tossed a smoke bomb, scaring Kabuto away. The smoke cleared and the group stood protectively in front of Tsunade. Well now, hello Jiraiya. Orochimaru said with a grin. How's it been, Orochimaru? Still chasing the dream? Jiraiya asked with some amusement. Naruto looked at Kabuto and saw the Hittite on his head. He narrowed his eyes at him. "So how long have you been a spy?" Naruto asked. "I've been one for quite a while. I'm surprised that Anko let you out of her sight. She's very protective of you." Kabuto mocked. Yeah, I would be more concerned with what's about to happen to you," Naruto said and slipped out 2 kunai. Kabuto just smirked at him. "Come now, do you really think that you're any match for me, Naruto? I'm on a level similar to Kakashi. What makes you think that you can win?" Kabuto asked. "I wouldn't really be proud of that. Personally, Guy is stronger. Also, I didn't run away from my fight like you and Snake Face did during the invasion," Naruto mocked. This gained an amused look on Orochimaru's face. "You are definitely Anko's little brother. Still, boy, you are out of your depth here. I will not grant you the same mercy that I did in the Chernomori, Forest of Death," Orochimaru said. Naruto looked ready to launch himself when he and Jiraiya was pushed away by Tsunade. She attacked Kabuto and knocked him into a boulder. She was about to finish him off when he cut his wrist open. She was splashed with blood and quickly froze up. Kabuto punched her away and she was caught by Shizune. Naruto looked at her and was concerned. "What just happened to her?" Naruto asked. It was Kabuto who answered. "Such a disgrace, whoever heard of someone of the medical field being afraid of blood?" Kabuto stated and walked over to Orochimaru. Naruto looked at her with some surprise. That's when Kabuto smeared some blood on a tattoo that was on Orochimaru's arm. He did the seals for the Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, and summoned 2 snakes. Jiraiya attempted to do the same but he ended up summoning Gamakichi. "Damn it, Tsunade's poison is still in my system," Jiraiya growled. Seeing that things were getting bad and the 2 snakes launched themselves at them, Naruto focused as best as he could. He did the seals and placed his hand on the ground. "Kuchios no Jutsu!" Naruto exclaimed. The 2 were covered by the smoke. The 2 snakes hit something hard that sent them slithering back. The smoke cleared and Naruto was standing on a giant magenta-colored toad with black markings on his face, arms, and legs with horn-like protrusions on his head. He was wearing a black kimono with a white sash and mesh armor underneath. He had a Sakazuki-like shield on his arm and his Susumida in his hand. Jiraiya looked on with a smirk. "Good going, kid," Jiraiya called out. Across from him, Orochimaru and Kabuto looked on. The Sannin looked on with narrowed eyes. He was not expecting this from the blonde. While he admitted that he had some skill, he shouldn't truly be this strong. He looked at Kabuto. "If you get the chance, kill that boy. I will deal with the consequence later," he said. Kabuto nodded and the 2 snakes made their move. Seeing this, Jiraiya countered with a jutsu. "Doton Yomi Muma!" "Earth release swamp of the underworld," Jiraiya called out. He turned the ground into mud, causing the 2 snakes sink. Orochimaru growled and made a motion to Kabuto. The man jumped off his snake and made a beeline to Tsunade. He was cut off by Naruto who threw several shuriken at him. That's when Kabuto felt something wrap around his leg. It was a snake. He followed its path into a punch to the face by Naruto. Kabuto was able to flip in midair and land on his feet. Naruto landed as well and the snake retreated into his sleeve. Kabuto rubbed his jaw. "So, Anko taught you the Sanaijishu? Hidden shadow snake hands, seeing that you didn't summon a snake, I guess that is all she taught you?" Kabuto said. "Like I'm going to tell you, traitor. The fact is, you're about to get your ass kicked," Naruto said. "Do you really think that you can fight me all on your own?" Kabuto said with a smirk. Naruto smirked at him back. "Who said that I was alone?" Kabuto was confused until he had to deflect several sunban coming from Shizune. He then parried a stab attempt from Naruto. This got him kicked in the chest with a flying kick from one of Naruto's clones. The two attacked Kabuto, swiping and kicking at the young man. Shizen joined in the fray. Kabuto snarled as the onslaught continued. Orochimaru looked at the fight that Kabuto was in and narrowed his eyes. When he witnessed the boy use that jutsu, he was very angry. He would deal with Anko personally when he got the chance. He watched as he and Tsunade's assistant worked together to deal with his right-hand man. Kabuto was doing well, but he was getting nailed with several blows. He turned his attention back to Jiraiya, who was standing across from him. "So you took that boy on as your apprentice? Is it because he reminds you or of your former student?" Orochimaru asked mockingly. "Why are you so concerned? Are you worried that he might not be the loser than you first thought? I heard about your run-in with him." Jiraiya said with a smirk. Orochimaru smirked back. "I will admit that my former student did a good job in training the boy, but it will not amount to nothing. He has nothing but the QB that makes him special. Now Sasuke, that boy has talent, that boy has growth. With his eyes, he will have unlimited power. He is a genius, and I can't wait to savor that power," Orochimaru said while licking his lips. Jiraiya scoffed at him. "That's all you ever talk about. The Sharingan this, the Sharingan that, it's getting old. The Sharingan is a tool and it only works when the user of that tool is good at it. Sure, the Uchiha is talented, but it's too easy to train those types. The real challenge are those who only get better through hard work. Those are the types that go on to be something special. Look at him, Orochimaru, it is only through hard work that he has gotten to this level. He'll be something great while your Uchiha will be nothing but a footnote," Jiraiya commented. "A difference of opinion then. We will just have to see who is right," Orochimaru said and rushed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya met his charge. Naruto and Shizen was thrown back and skid to a stop. They were both breathing hard as the fight was not really going their way. "Okay, he's tougher than I thought," Naruto said and wiped his mouth. "Yes, he is quite a challenge. What are we going to do?" Shizen asked. "I have a plan, but we are going to take some lumps," Naruto said. He quickly did some hand seals and took a breath. Katon Karyuden. Fire release fire dragon bullet, a flame breath shot toward Kabuto. The man looked ready to dodge, but he was grabbed from the ground. Kabuto stabbed the ground to dispel the clone and rolled out of the way. He still got caught by the fire, which annoyed him. He looked up to see a small army of clones. Kabuto scoffed and engaged the clones. He dispelled a few, but he got nicked a few times. He eliminated the clones when several more shot out of the ground. They grabbed and held him down. Kabuto was about to get free when he saw a purple mist come at him at a fast pace. He quickly held his breath as the cloud covered him. Shizen and Naruto waited for Kabuto to come out. That's when Shizen screamed in pain as she felt her weight get heavy. Naruto turned to her just to be struck in the shoulder by Kabuto's glowing hand. Kabuto kicked him away before punting Shizen. Naruto got to his feet, but his shoulder was on fire. He could not feel it and it was painful. He looked up to see Kabuto smirking at him. "Well now Naruto, what are you going to do now? As Orochimaru told you, you are out of your depth," Kabuto mocked. "You're talking pretty big for a guy who has just recently hit me with a critically blow. I thought I was nothing to you. I thought that you were on Kakashi's level," Naruto countered. Kabuto just chuckled. "Have it your way," Kabuto said and charged. Naruto called on a clone and had him help him do hand seals. Kabuto quickly took out the clone and tried to kill Naruto. Naruto ducked under the kunai and hit Kabuto in with a chop. Kabuto immediately felt his leg give out and his eyes were wide with surprise. Naruto didn't stop and struck Kabuto in his other leg and both of his shoulders. Kabuto was like a puppet cut from his strings. He was on his knees, and his eyes were still wide. You. How do you know that jutsu? That should be impossible for you. Kabuto exclaimed. Yeah, well, I am just that amazing. Now hold still, this is going to hurt a little. Naruto said. Another clone appeared and helped Naruto form a sphere in his hand. With a crazed grin, Naruto thrust it into Kabuto's chest. Rasengan. Naruto couldn't do anything as the jutsu grinded into his gut. He was launched several yards into the air. He did not stop until he hit a boulder. Kabuto leaned against the boulder before dropping to the ground. Naruto was breathing heavy and hissed in pain at his shoulder. He walked over to Tsunade, who was looking at Naruto with shock and amazement. You owe me a necklace, hag. Naruto said with a grin. Orochimaru looked on with fury at what just happened. While he was pissed that he knew the Sanaijushu, the fact that he also knew the Chakra no Mezu, chakra scalpel, and the Rasengan was something that he could not accept. The boy was getting too strong for his liking. It was time to eliminate him for good. That shouldn't be possible. There was no way you could have done that jutsu. Tsunade said with shock. Well, I like to show up people all the time. Naruto said with a smirk. Tsunade was just shaking her head in denial. Having enough, Naruto did something that would probably get him killed. He slapped Tsunade. The woman looked on with shock. Enough of your pity party, lady. You think that you're the only one who has experience lost? Who breaks down like you did? Do you think that they would be proud of how you are acting? Why don't you grow a pair and start remembering them by being the kunoichi that you used to be? Tsunade's eyes were wide after that tongue lashing. Naruto's words cut at her like a knife. She looked down with shame after it. That's when Naruto immediately felt someone coming behind him. He turned only to be run through with a sword. Tsunade's eyes got wider when she saw Naruto run through with Orochimaru's sword. Naruto. Chapter 41. Naruto spat out some blood and glared at Orochimaru. He was holding his blade, trying to keep it from going any deeper. Lucky for him, he was able to redirect the attack from his heart. The Sannin was grinning at him. Very quick reflexes, boy, but it will not help you. Orochimaru said and pulled out his sword. It cut his hands and Naruto threw up more blood. He was on all fours as Orochimaru prepared to behead him. Orochimaru was stopped by a fist. He was said bouncing across the group but was quick to recover. He looked up to see Tsunade breathing heavy and protecting Naruto. What do you think you are doing, Tsunade? Orochimaru asked. She ignored him and gave Naruto a quick look. Shizune. Get over here and take care of him. Jiraiya. Get off your ass and help me deal with this snake. Tsunade barked out. She bit into her thumb and smeared blood on her palm. Orochimaru quickly made his way to Kabuto. The man was able to get some blood on the tattoo. Jiraiya did the same as Tsunade. All of them put their hands on the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu, they all said. The smoke cleared and 3 Colossus summons appeared. Naruto looked to see them before passing out. Shizune was furiously working to save his life. Naruto groaned and slowly opened his eyes. It took some time for his sight to adjust. When they did, he realized that he was in bed. His hands and chest were heavily bandaged. He let out another groan and it alerted the person in the room. Well, you're finally up. Naruto looked to see Tsunade. She walked over and put a green glowing hand over his wounds. He felt a little discomfort, but the pain was quickly going away. After a while, she stopped. Well, you're doing all right. Another day, and you can move around without Jiraiya carrying you. Carry? Where are we? What happened? He asked groggy. We are at a hot spring resort along the road to Konoha. Jiraiya and I managed to beat back Orochimaru, but he escaped. We left as soon as the battle was over and after Shizen healed you enough to be moved. Tsunade explained. Well, I heal pretty fast so I won't be a burden. Naruto said. Tsunade scoffed in humor before falling into a silence. You know, no one has ever spoken to me like you have. Anyone who has usually ends up in the hospital. But, your actions woke something up within me. Maybe I did need a slap in the face. She said with a chuckle. Anytime you need one, you can call on me. The blonde said with a grin. Don't get cute with me, brat. That will never happen again. Anyway, Tsunade took off the necklace off the neck. You won the bet, so this belongs to you. She put the necklace around his neck. She then kissed his forehead, making him blush. You better not disappoint me, Naruto. I'm putting all my faith in you. With that, Tsunade stood and made her way out. Naruto smiled and looked at his new necklace. It took 2 days for the group to return to the village. Naruto was healed enough to walk on his own. They entered through the gates and Tsunade took in everything. She thought that she would hate being in the village, but she was actually glad to be back. That's when their attention was diverted. Naruto? 2 female voices called out. Everyone turned to the sound. Naruto was surprised to see who it was. Sakura, Lee, Hinata-chan? Naruto said with surprise. Hinata-chan? Asked an amused Tsunade. Naruto gave her a dirty look before the 3 walked up to them. Sakura was helping Lee, who looked better. Tsunade also noticed Lee's injuries. She was curious about them. What are you guys doing here? Lee, are you really okay to be out and about like this? Naruto asked. Never better, my friend. It is thanks to Sakura-chan that I am doing well. Most of my injuries are healing up nicely. However, I am not out of the woods yet. Lee said. Is that so? Tsunade said, gaining their attention. She looked at Sakura. Care to explain to me why? Tsunade asked. Sakura was a little put off by the attention, but she looked at Tsunade with confidence. Well, while his muscles and bones are healing, there are fragments of his bone in the spine. I found them when I doing his physical therapy. Sakura explained. What type of therapy? Naruto asked. None of your business. Sakura exclaimed. Hinata giggled at her as Sakura recomposed herself. Anyway, to do a surgery on the spinal column is fatal. It can only be done by someone with some incredible skill. The only one I can think of is Tsunade-sama. That's not bad. I'm especially impressed with how you found out. I have an idea of the therapy that you used. Tsunade said. Sakura and Lee was blushing while Hinata giggled. That's when they were interrupted by 2 ninja who just appeared. Welcome back, Tsunade-sama. The elders are waiting for you. One of them said. Well, that didn't take long. She said. She turned back to the genin, 3 of them surprised. Anyway, brat, you're dismissed. Remember to take it easy. I'll see you around. With that, the adults walked away. Naruto turned to look at everyone who was looking at him with shock on their faces. He just sighed and began his tale. It would be nightfall when Naruto entered his apartment. He was going to get some well-needed sleep. That's when he was tackled from behind. He tussled with his assailant before making a signal. 20 clones came out of nowhere and dog-piled the 2. After a few minutes and a few clones lost, Naruto's attacker was hog-tied. The group cheered for their success. That's when Naruto dispelled them and faced his attacker. He grinned while she glared at him from her position. You do know that my next attack will not be pleasant? Anko asked. Yeah, but I'm the victor this time. Naruto said. He cut the wires and Anko was freed. Rubbing her wrists, she made her way to get her stash of sake. After pouring a cup, Anko looked at Naruto. So, I heard that you had some adventure? Did you get along with the pervert? Anko asked. We had issues, but we got the job done. I ignored him for most of the trip. I did the same with the old lady, but I've warmed up to her somewhat. Shizune is the best out of all of them. Ran into your sensei, he tried to kill me but got his ass kicked. That's pretty much the life of Naruto. What about you? Naruto asked. Well, took Iruka out on the mission. He kept playing hard to get. Arrived to the temple, had to fight 2 large snakes. Metsuki, she nearly crushed me but she accepted me and saved my 2 personal summons. Brought her to the village, introduced to the higher-ups, and now, the village has the snake contract. That's pretty much the life of Anko. Anko answered. So, we kicked ass? Naruto asked. Oh, we kicked ass. Anko answered with a grin. The 2 fist bumped before falling into a comfortable conversation. At the same time in Ryakudo, Dragon Ground Cave. A long roar was vibrating throughout the cave. 2 serpents were sent slamming into the wall. The 2 cowered before the gaze of Manda. You fools! How could you allow her to escape? Manda roared. We're sorry Manda Dano. One of them said. Manda was about to crush them when Orochimaru's voice caught his attention. I do not like being summoned here, Manda. The snake boss turned and glared hard at the man. It is because of you that we are in this situation. I should have killed that girl when I had the chance. Manda shouted. Orochimaru looked confused, only enraging him more. Your student has freed Suki. Suki? I don't believe we have had the pleasure of meeting. Orochimaru said smoothly. Then she would have killed you. She hates you more than I. She demanded that I cut ties with you. I should have listened. Now, your village has a strong ally. Are you actually afraid, Manda? The Saikyo no Yuwahabi, strongest colossal serpent, is actually afraid? The man mocked. Do not mock me. Should Suki find her worthy, she can teach her senjutsu. Manda roared. Orochimaru lost his smile. This amused the serpent. Yes, Suki can give her the power to kill you. How does it make you feel? Know that this is your fault. Now leave. Orochimaru ignored the attitude and left. He needed to get some information. Back in Konoha, as the 2 conversed, Naruto remembered the reason that Anko went for the contract. Hey, what did your boss say about me signing the contract? Naruto asked. Suki is willing, but she stresses that the snakes and toads are enemies. It's all on you now. If you can convince your boss into a meeting, then maybe it is possible. Anko said. Okay, I try and talk to Gamabunta. Say, can't you just give Iruka-sensei a break? He's kind of jumpy. Naruto said. You know, the way he acts, I'm going to start thinking that he doesn't like me. Anko pouted. You broke into his place and used his shower. Then you refused to cover yourself when he found you. Naruto explained. Please, he loved it. The little man in his pants did. Anko said with a grin. Naruto just groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. Weeks passed and Tsunade settled into her role as Hokage. The Jonin easily chose her and she went right to work. She dealt with some people at the hospital, including Kakashi and Sasuke. She read reports and files them by importance. She also dealt with the Suna situation and the alliance was still there. In all, Tsunade was doing a good job. Today, she was in her office, facing 2 genin. Their sensei were there to see the ceremony. Due to watching the video, the recommendations of the judges and reports from several other shinobi, I am proud to announce that Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto have been promoted to Chunin. Congratulations, you too. Shikamaru groaned but was elbowed forward by Naruto. The two were presented with their vest. Tsunade was amused by Naruto's antics. She continued to talk. With this position, I will be expecting much more from you too. Wear those vests with pride. You are all dismissed with the exception of you, Kakashi. There are some things that we need to talk about, Tsunade said. Everyone filed out, Naruto shouting Yahoo along the way. Now alone, Tsunade's amusement vanished. She gave Kakashi a serious look. She then pulled out a folder. About a week ago, I was looking into your student, Haruno Sakura. I was very interested in her treatment of Rock Lee. The girl has some skill with what little she has learned, and it is very hard to impress me. I was very surprised to see that she was removed due to mental anguish, because it did not look that way to me. I spoke to Mitsune and she explained everything to me. She also gave me her folder. Tsunade said, putting her hands on the folder. I am happy that she has recovered, but I am disturbed by what Mitsune wrote down. What exactly did she write? Kakashi asked curiously. She is recommending that I remove her from your leadership. In fact, she recommends that I disband your whole team, and truthfully, I am considering it. Tsunade said. Are you seriously considering that? Is it just because I did not speak to Sakura after her first kill? Kakashi demanded. It's more than just that. Mitsune believes that Sakura will not grow under your command. Mitsune credits Naruto for her growth of skill, not you. She even thinks that the hospital staff are better teachers than you. Besides the tree climbing exercise, you have not taught the girl anything. Tsunade commented. Ma'am, I was just trying to deal with Sasuke. Unlike the other two, he has the most reason to leave the village. Kakashi explained. So you gave the Uchiha everything just to soothe his ego? Tsunade asked. To keep him loyal. Kakashi countered. That is the stupidest reason I have ever heard. If Sasuke has a loyalty problem, then he will face the same consequences as any unloyal ninja. All I hear from you are excuses for your favoritism. At least my sensei had the stones to admit his mistakes when it came to his team. Tsunade said harshly. The comment made Kakashi angry, but Tsunade didn't care. She put the folder away before looking at Kakashi. From now on, your team is disbanded. Sasuke is being suspended due to him leaving the village without permission. It will only be for 2 months. Sakura, I am assigning her to Shadow Shizune for a while. Naruto is going to be placed in the main forces for a while. Those two can use the experience. Should I reform your team, I will do it under someone else, as you have proven unreliable for the job. That's my ruling. You're dismissed. Kakashi quickly left the office, leaving Tsunade to her work. She really didn't care that Kakashi was angry or if his feelings were hurt. He needed to see that he was a failure as a teacher and move forward. She ignored it for now and turned back to her work. She was searching for a way to increase a young Genin's chances of survival. Chapter 42, Sakura just looked on in shock and awe. She had to blink a few times just to make sure it wasn't a dream. However, it was no dream and this was real. Sweet merciful Kami, the Hokage has doomed us all. Sakura said. This made Naruto do a face fall. He was quick to get up and glare at his teammate while Hinata and Anko giggled at him. Really? You couldn't even say congratulations, Naruto? Nice job, Naruto? You are a ninja god, Naruto? He whined. First of all, you are no ninja god. Secondly, this is you were talking about, Naruto. As a chunin, you have to be able to lead a team. Name one time that you led someone? Naruto was about to retort when Sakura cut in. That doesn't include your clones pranking the village, you clones attacking Anko, or your clones eating ramen. Naruto shut his mouth and pouted. Anyway, my Otudo, little brother, is a chunin and we have to celebrate. Ramen guy, bring on the ramen and the sake. This party is on me tonight. Anko said, slapping several ryo on the counter. Tenchu was more than happy to oblige. Naruto was curious as to where Anko got so much money. Where did you get so much ryo? You got another job or something? Please tell me you didn't get drunk again? Naruto asked. Nope. I just won cash and dango for life due to your promotion. I made out like a bandit. Anko stated. You know you owe me 10% of those winnings. He informed her. Anko just gave him a look. How about I owe you 5 across the eyes? Anko threatened. Sakura and Hinata just watched as the two argued. Sakura shook her head once again. Yeah, the Hokage has doomed us all. She said. Everyone at the ramen stand found it amusing. Anko made her way to her apartment, sober. It was a very rare occurrence, but Anko knew when to stop. Also, she had a mission tomorrow and didn't want the hangover during it. As she neared her place, she saw that Kakashi was there. Knowing Kakashi lived on the other side of the village, she could only wonder why he was here. You got lost or something, Hitaki? Anko asked. The man faced her with an angry expression. I guess you're feeling pretty proud of yourself. Kakashi said with a tone. Depends. If you're talking about Naruto making Chunin, then yes, because that was because of me. If you're talking about your private chat with the Hokage, then yes, because it looks like she said or did something to displease you. She disbanded my team. Sasuke is suspended, Sakura and Naruto are being reassigned. Huh, I lost that pool. She said offhandedly. You think that this is a joke? Kakashi exclaimed. Because of your influence on Naruto, my team is gone. You just destroyed a team that could have been the next Sannin, 3 ninja. That's not too far off if you think about it. I'm pretty sure Sasuke will betray the village soon. Anko said calmly, which deeply angered Kakashi. Anko was starting to get annoyed, so she decided to end Kakashi's little blame party. Look, if you want to blame someone for all this happening, then look in the mirror. I'm not to blame for this. Kakashi shouted. Don't pull that innocent crap. You were Team 7 Sensei. You were supposed to guide them and bring them together. Naruto is a disrespectful little brat, but guess what, you did nothing even earn that respect. Sakura was a pathetic kunoichi, and you did nothing to help her improve. Sasuke was nothing more than an entitled, spoiled, jealous little creep who expected everyone to give in to his demands, which you did so spectacularly. The failure and disbanding of your team rest on your shoulders. Anko said. She bumped Kakashi's shoulder and opened her door. As she entered her apartment, she had a little bit more to say. You are right about one thing, Hitaki. You had a team that could have been the next Sannin. The only difference between you and the Sandaime Hokage-sama is that he had the balls to admit that he screwed up. With that said, the door was slammed in his face. Kakashi stood there for a while before leaving her complex. Sasuke was making his way home after hours of training. It did little to ease his frustrations. He was frustrated with his progress to kill Itachi. Part of the problem was Naruto's interference, but it was a small part. The fight showed him that everything he has done was fruitless. Itachi effortlessly defeated him and made him look weaker than before. He made him relive that horrible day over and over. He took it as punishment for his weakness. He was not getting stronger. Sasuke wondered if it was Konoha that held him back. Sure, Kakashi was a strong jonin and focused on him, but Itachi beat him too. Even with the Chidori, he couldn't hit him. Konoha may have produced people like the Kuroi no Senko, Yellow Flash, and the Sannin, but who has Konoha created lately? As he thought about this, a conversation caught his attention. I can't believe that those two made Chunin. Yeah, they had some great matches, but to be promoted? A man Sasuke assumed was a civilian said. Sasuke had forgotten all about the exams. He began to wonder why he was not called to get his vest when the shinobi with the guy spoke. Hey, those two deserve that promotion. Shikaku's boy had that Sunakunoichi on the ropes from the word go. I wouldn't mind him leading as he is his father's son. Also, Naruto is some kind of battle genius. The way he defeated the Hyuga prodigy around like he was a new genin. Those two will be a welcomed addition to the rank. The shinobi said. Okay, I defer to your experience, because you're a ninja. Still, wouldn't you want the last Uchiha as a chunin? The friend asked. Truth be told, I never understood the hype of that kid. Yeah, he's an Uchiha, but I knew a few before the massacre. In Uchiha terms, he's above average. The chunin said. He suddenly stopped and spun around quickly. His friend looked worried. What's up? He asked. I don't know. For a second there, I thought someone was about to attack me. Kakashi stood in front of the memorial stone in complete silence. He just looked at the names, deep in thought about his decisions. No matter how much he reasoned his action, how much he mentally explained them, Anko was right. Everything that had led up to this point was on him. He favored Sasuke to the point that the boy believed he was untouchable. He ignored Sakura and wasn't there to help her through her suffering. He lost the respect of Naruto and had no hand in his growth. He was a terrible sensei, and his own sensei would be appalled at his choices. He even knew that Rin and Obito would be disappointed in him. Kakashi came to the realization that he had to become a better person before he could mend the rifts he caused. The way he was now, it would only hinder him. His journey in becoming better would have to start with him talking to someone. There was a lot for him to vent. Afterwards, he was going to find Naruto and Sakura. He was going to apologize for his neglect and pray that they accept this. It was the right thing to do. Naruto led Sakura and Hinata to an open field. The new Chunin wanted to show the two his new jutsu that he learned while on the road. He also wanted to talk to Gamabunta about allowing him to sign Anko's contract. Sakura and Hinata were a little worried about that. I don't think this is a good idea, Naruto-kun. Hinata said. I'm with Hinata. This just seems stupid. Sakura added, Kami, you two have been complaining about this since I got you. Look, I want to sign Anko and Izan's contract. I know that both groups have a bad history and I need to arrange some kind of sit-down so that they could talk. Naruto explained. Naruto, the Gama and Hibi clans have never gotten along. Even when Orochimaru was a Konoha nin, they only tolerated each other. What makes you think all of that is going to change just because Anko has a different version of the Hibi contract? Sakura asked seriously. I can be pretty convincing. I convinced you to become a better kunoichi. Hell, no one thought that was possible. Naruto said cheekingly. Sakura gave him a dirty look. Hinata tapped Naruto in his side. Stop antagonizing Sakura, Naruto-kun. Besides, don't you think summoning a huge toad may upset the Hokage? Hinata asked. Nah, Tsunadeoba, Granny, won't do nothing. I just tell her I was training. Naruto said confidently. Naruto stepped forward and was about to bit into his thumb when someone appeared. Naruto was startled by who it was. Sasuke? The two females walked up to Naruto and saw that it was indeed Sasuke. However, the three were on edge as Sasuke gave Naruto a very dark and menacing glare. They watched as he walked up to them, his fists clenching and unclenching. The Sharingan was piercing right at Naruto, which made him uneasy. Naruto prepared himself just in case. What's wrong with you? Naruto asked. Fight me. Sasuke demanded loudly. That surprised the three. What? I said fight me. First off, I would watch the attitude. Secondly, why would I fight you? You seem to be very angry with me for some reason. Naruto said. You think you're so great? You think just because you brought back that woman to be Hokage and she promoted you, that you're so great? You're nothing. I don't care if you're a Chunin. You are still a know-nothing dead last. Sasuke exclaimed loudly. His rant was very shocking to them. Are you actually jealous? Naruto asked surprised. Sasuke glared at him harder. Holy shit, he is. Enough. Fight me. Sasuke, you need to calm down. We can talk about this. Sakura said, trying to be peacekeeper. Shut up. No one is talking to you. Sasuke spat. Sakura glared at him for his attitude. However, I am talking and you need to calm down. She shouted at him. You are threatening someone of higher rank and there are consequences. Yes, Naruto reached Chunin but he earned it. If you want to act like a spoiled child, then do it alone. Sakura turned to Naruto. Come on Naruto, we can do this another time. I agree with Sakura. Let's go. Hinata added. Yeah, we can do this later. Naruto said. The trio decided to leave. This only enraged Sasuke further and he went through hand seals. Katan Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release great fireball technique, Sasuke roared and launched a large ball of fire. The three turned around to see the attack coming at them. Naruto was quick to come out of his shock to do his own jutsu. Sui Tansuijin Hiki. Water release water wall, Naruto shouted and spat out a large torrent of water. It formed a wall of water and drowned Sasuke's fireball. There was a little steam that cleared out quickly. Naruto stopped his jutsu only for Sasuke to come at him. Naruto blocked the punch and redirected it. He jumped and planted both of his feet into Sasuke's chest. Sasuke was sent flying and hit the ground with a thud. Naruto was quick to his feet with a pop-up. He quickly checked his two friends. You guys all right? Naruto asked urgently. Why yeah, I am fine. Hinata answered. I'm okay Naruto. Sakura answered as well. The two joined him as they looked at Sasuke who was slowly getting up. Naruto glared at Sasuke and took off his coat. You two need to go. It's me he wants, it's me he'll get. Naruto said. What? We can't leave you. Hinata exclaimed. Hinata is right. Sasuke has gone off the deep end. He's going to kill you. Sakura added. This is not up for debate. I am ordering you to get out of here. I'll hold him off until you get help. Naruto shouted. Well, I'm ignoring your order dummy. Sakura said and faced Sasuke. Hinata did the same, making Naruto sigh. Fine, but back me up. Naruto said. The three prepared themselves as Sasuke glared at them. I'm going to break you loser. I'm going to have you laying at my feet broken. Sasuke spat loudly. We'll see about that. Naruto said. The two roared and charged at each other, Sakura and Hinata following behind him. Chapter 43, Sasuke and Naruto rushed each other, each throwing a punch. They began to throw blows at each other, neither landing a hard blow on each other. Sasuke was relentless in his attack and after a few moments, landed a hard punch to Naruto's jaw. However, Naruto turned with the punch and kicked Sasuke in the chest, hard. Sasuke let out a painful grunt and backed up. This left him open for an attack by Sakura. Sasuke barely dodged Sakura's punches. They were crisp and he was nearly hit several times. He had to thank the fact that his Sharingan was activated. He dodged another punch and retaliated with a knee to her gut, followed by a shoulder throw. This did leave him open for Naruto to kick him in the back. Hinata rushed in to hit Sasuke with 3 Juken strikes. Sasuke hissed in pain before quickly countering with a fast spinning hook kick, connecting with Hinata's jaw. Enraged, Naruto pushed his attack, nailing Sasuke with 2 punches. Sasuke backed up and Naruto slipped into a stance that Anko showed him. Sasuke growled as he charged forward, throwing a kick. Naruto danced around it and struck one of the nerves in his leg. Sasuke ignored the pain and continued his assault. Naruto danced around his attacks and lashed out with strikes, like a snake. Hitting the nerve slowed Sasuke down enough for Hinata to rush in and strike him again. It spun him around only to meet a punch from Sakura that sent Sasuke flying across the field, bouncing twice. Sasuke struggled to get to his feet. He could feel his right cheek begin to swell from Sakura's punch. His lip was split but he ignored it and spat out a glob of blood. He got to his feet and glared at the 3 in front of him, his focus was on Naruto. "You weakling!" Sasuke spat. "You couldn't face me one-on-one and those 2 weaklings are the only reason I'm like this. You're a disgrace as a shinobi. Please, we both know I would have laid a beating on you," Naruto stated with a serious tone. "However, you're coming at me with the intent to cause me serious harm. Plus, you posse's the Sharingan. I might be a badass, but I ain't stupid. Now, are you going to come quietly or is this going to get more violent? Choose wisely." "I chose violence," Sasuke roared and quickly did some hand seals. Katan Hozenka no Jutsu. Fire release Sage Phoenix fire technique, he fired several balls of fire at the group. Naruto did hand seals of his own, taking a deep breath. Sui Tun Suijin Hiki. Water release water wall, Naruto spat out a large volume of water that circled the 3 and rose to protect them. The fireballs were taken out by the water. The chakra and power Naruto used also stopped the hidden shuriken. Sasuke reappeared behind the group, lightning covering his hand. The noise alerted the blonde but he wouldn't be able to defend himself in time. "Hakusho! 8 trigrams vacuum palm," Hinata shouted and threw a hard, fast palm strike at Sasuke. Sasuke was hit hard and was in pain, gagging up bile and blood. Sakura let out a roar as she threw an uppercut at the stunned Sasuke. It connected and launched Sasuke into the air. Sasuke could feel the contents of his stomach coming up. Naruto decided to end this. Sen'i Jashu. Hidden shadow snake hands, several snakes shot forward and ensnared Sasuke. Naruto pulled hard and slammed Sasuke to the ground, face first. Sasuke groaned before puking up the contents of his stomach. Sasuke attempted to stand but he dropped to the ground, out cold. The 3 genin were still on alert as they moved to check on him. Sakura checked him, finding a pulse. "He's out cold," Sakura said with a sigh. "Well, I'm going to keep him restrained. Let's get him to the hospital and get word to Tsunade Oba, Granny. She not going to be too happy with him," Naruto said. The snakes tightened around Sasuke as the 3 made their way to the hospital. Tsunade walked through the halls with purpose. She was flanked by 2 ANBU as she entered the prisoner wing of the hospital. She was just about to finish her paperwork for the day when a Chunin came to her to let her know that Sasuke Uchiha was in the hospital as well as being put in the prisoner section. When she asked why, she was told that Chunin Uzumaki would explain in person. Tsunade made her way to the hospital and found Naruto with Hinata and Sakura. She demanded an explanation. This only furthered to annoy her as the 3 explained what happened minutes ago. She ordered that the 3 be checked out and she made her way to the prisoner wing of the hospital. She entered the section and made her way toward the room where Sasuke was being held. She easily found it as she could hear the kids shouting to be released. 2 ANBU stood at the door. "So, how long has he been awake?" Tsunade asked. 5 minutes ago. He has been demanding his release since then. A female ANBU answered. "Is that so?" she said seriously. Tsunade entered the room to see Sasuke struggling against his bonds. Upon seeing her, he was about to order her to release him. He never even got a word out as Tsunade was quickly near him and struck him in the throat. Sasuke gasped and gagged for a bit before glaring at her. He was about to spew some hateful words, but couldn't find his voice. Can't speak? Good. I didn't want to be interrupted. Don't worry, you'll get your voice back in a few minutes. What I have to do will not take long. So, you think that just because you carry the Uchiha name that you can act without consequence? Well, that's about to end. After I confirm Naruto's, Hinata's and Sakura's reports, your days as a ninja of this village is over. I'm going to strip you of your Hitayate, forehead protector, and I'm going to strip you of your freedom. You aren't going to attempt to kill one of my shinobi and walk away free. Also, I'm going to take away your Sharingan and your Ten no Juin, cursed seal of heaven. Maybe that will help in reforming your ass. Tsunade explained before turning around and leaving the room. Sasuke was shouting his head off, but no sound could be heard, at least for another couple of minutes. Naruto walked out of the hospital, flanked by Hinata and Sakura. Well, this has been an exciting day. I blame you, as always. Sakura said. How is this my fault? Naruto asked. You always attract trouble. I would say it is because of Anko, but she only terrorizes poor Iruka-sensei. Sakura informed him. You're saying Anko is much tamer than me? Anko Mitarashi is tamer than me? Anko, who wants the national food of Konoha to be dango? Anko, who shamelessly molests a grown man by groping him and chasing him around the village? This is your benchmark? Naruto asked seriously. Sakura opened her mouth to answer, but she couldn't refute anything he said. It also didn't help that they had a small audience watching the interaction. Sakura just huffed and walked away, ignoring the chuckles of the audience and the crackling of Naruto. Naruto decided to walk Hinata home. Sorry that you didn't get to speak with your friend. Hinata said. It's fine. I've got time. I just really had a good sales pitch for the boss. There was no way he could have refused. Naruto explained. Hinata looked at Naruto and narrowed her eyes a bit. It doesn't include robbing Tsunade-sama's sake stash? Hinata asked accusingly. Naruto suddenly got nervous, confirming her suspicions. The heiress just sighed at her friend. Why you do realize she would have killed you if she ever found out? She would have to catch me first. The only ninja in this village who can claim fame to that is Iruka-sensei. Naruto muttered. So, how's your home life? I don't need to do anything to Niji, do I? No, you don't need to cut you up Niji. She said with a giggle. Life has improved. Father sees value in my development again. Myself and Hanabi are getting along, although she still thinks you're a bad influence. Why does she hate me? I didn't do anything to her. He said defensively. You did set Konohamaru on her. Oh come on, she's still angry about that. The prank was not that bad. You dumped tree sap on her. Then there is the fact that you got Konohamaru hurt. It was funny. Forgive me for having a sense of humor. Besides, Konohamaru will grow stronger from it. The two shared a laugh before changing the subject. It wouldn't be long before they were close to the Hyuga compound. Well, this is as far as I'm going. Hinata hit Naruto with a frown that was more like a pout. You're being ridiculous. My father does not have it out for you. Hinata argued. I can feel eyes on me, Hinata, from a distance. It's either one of your clan members, Niji, or the destroyer himself. I remember the look he gave me after the invasion. It promises pain and suffering. Naruto argued back. And my father has nothing against you. What would be his reason? Hinata asked with annoyance. Maybe it's a father thing. You see how Ino's dad acts sometimes. It's kinda weird that he does that with only boys, but maybe that's a thing with dads. I trust my gut on this one. Naruto said with his stubborn tone. Hinata just sighed and knew that it was the end of things. That's when something happened that she did not expect. Naruto wrapped her up in a hug. Hinata was surprised by this and blushing at the contact. I'm glad that you're okay, Hinata-chan, and thanks for having my back today. Hinata relaxed a bit and her blush lessened. Anytime, Naruto-kun. Hinata said. The two broke apart and smiled at each other. Naruto took off, jumping from roof to roof to get home while a still blushing Hinata watched. Unknown to either of them, they were being watched by a pair of Byakugan eyes. While he didn't have too much of an issue with the blonde, he was a bit too forward when he hugged his daughter. It seems that he would have to increase his intimidation of the boy. He would be meeting with Inoichi very soon for ideas. Sasuke laid in his bed, angry at everything that had happened. He would glare at the ANBU watching him as well as anyone who came in that room. He refused to have any of the nurses check on him, spitting at them or shouting at them if they got close. That bitch of a Hokage had returned a few hours ago to tell him that she was going through with her promise. He hadn't cared at all about it as he was officially done with the village. They were holding him back while others like Naruto and Shikamaru were getting strength that they didn't deserve. If she thought that he would take this lying down, she would be sadly mistaken. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. The ANBU opened the door to reveal his former masked sensei. The ANBU then stepped out of the room, leaving the two alone. What do you want, Kakashi? Sasuke growled. If you're here to lecture me, then you have wasted your time. I can see that now. I'm not here to lecture you, Sasuke, but I do have one question. Was it worth it? Kakashi asked. What are you talking about? Sasuke demanded. You were the village's golden boy. Praised by everyone for your exceptional skills, named Rookie of the Year, gained your Sharingan, personally trained by me, and despite all the advantages you gained, you resorted to a petty, one-sided rivalry with Naruto. You allowed Naruto's success and growth get to you to the point that you would use my own original jutsu to attempt to kill him and, probably, Hinata and Sakura. So I'll ask again, was it worth it, Sasuke? Kakashi asked again. You want to hear me say that I regret my actions? That I was wrong in what I did? Well, you've wasted your time. I don't care what you think about my actions, I don't regret them. What I do regret is trusting in you because I'm not as strong as I should be. You sucked as a sensei and did not give me the power I needed to kill Itachi. All your talks were just that, talk. You're a failure, Hatake, and I want you to know that. Sasuke spat loudly. Disappointing. I guess, that's all I wanted to know. Kakashi started to leave but stopped to give Sasuke one more message. You know, for all your hate toward Itachi, you sure are following his path. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and glared at Kakashi with hatred. It did not affect Kakashi, who just watched out of the door. I will get out of here. My ambition will not be silenced by you, Naruto, or the bitch. I will get my revenge on all of you. I swear it. Sasuke shouted. Kakashi just kept walking. Chapter 44, Tsunade, the elders and the shinobi council looked at the boy before them. Said boy was giving them all a look of defiance. It was as if he felt that he was above their judgment. It was starting to piss the female Hokage off. So, are you going to defend yourself or just glare at us all day? Tsunade asked with a clipped tone. Sasuke remained quiet and said nothing. With an annoyed sigh, Tsunade had enough. Fine, you've made your choice. As of this moment, you are no longer a shinobi of Konoha. You will be stripped of your Hitayate, forehead protector, and be under house arrest. While I think you should be placed in a high-security prison, I was outvoted. Still, don't think that you'll have it easy. You will be watched by ANBU. They have orders to end your life should you do anything stupid. This made Sasuke growl at them, but none of the people in the room were concerned. Take this disgrace away. Don't forget to take that Hitayate off him. Tsunade said. The ANBU did as they were told and dragged Sasuke away after taking his hitayate. Sasuke continued to glare at everyone in the room until he was dragged out of sight. Tsunade sighed and looked at the elders. I'm surprised that you did not help him. From what I know, you two were supporters of his. She said. We were never truly supporters. We only wished for his ability and bloodline to serve Konoha. Now we know that he was always a liability. It is a blessing that we caught it before he decided to leave. Koharu said. Still, do you think that only 4 ANBU will be enough to guard Sasuke? We do know just who has an interest in him. Inoichi stated. For now, they will have to do it. We are still recovering for the invasion. Either way, we are done here. Tsunade said. The council nodded and began to leave. Orochimaru sat down on his throne with little comfort. His arms were burning and it enraged him at how limp they felt. He cursed his sensei and hoped he was in eternal suffering within the Shinigami, death god. However, he ignored the pain for now. Today was a good day for him because his old village had made things easy for him. He received a message about Sasuke's situation and it made him extremely happy. This action ended any loyalty for Konoha, Hidden Leaf. Now, all the boy wanted was revenge and it included Konoha. This was the perfect time to gain his prize. So he had his elite force kneeling in front of him. It seems that Sasuke needs our assistance. Go and retrieve him, would you? Orochimaru said. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. The 4 ninja said before vanishing. Orochimaru could only smile. His objective was within his grasp. Naruto was making his way to his old training grounds. He had plans, but someone needed him to be there. Curious, he decided to make his way there to find out what was going on. He arrived in minutes and saw someone there. Sakura? You wrote me that note? Naruto asked, jogging up to her. Note? I didn't write you a note. I thought you wrote me a note. Sakura answered. Naruto looked at her with confusion. Before he could say anything, a voice called out to them. I wrote the notes. The two turned to the voice to see Kakashi. The two frowned when they saw him. Kakashi expected as much. Don't worry, I'm not going to keep either of you for long. I have a mission to get to, but this is much more important. The two looked at each other before looking at the Jonin. Seeing that he had their attention, Kakashi took a deep breath before looking at them. I am sorry, he said, stunning the two. I was a bad sensei and an even worse comrade. I don't expect your forgiveness or that you will accept my apology, but I feel that you two deserve that at least. I believed that it was my mission to help Sasuke. Because of what he went through, I knew that revenge was on his mind. I wanted to show him that there was more to life than that. So, I focused all my attention on changing his mind. I also thought I was honoring my former teammate, Obito. However, that was just an excuse and you two paid for it. Kakashi took a breath before continuing. All I can say is that I'm sorry. Hopefully, with time, I will improve myself as a person, a ninja and a comrade. I make this vow to both of you that I will work on that. That's all I have to say, so I'll be going now. Kakashi turned and was about to leave when Sakura stopped him. You're right about not accepting your apology, but if you are being serious about this, then know that we'll be watching. We'll see if you're being honest or if you're just saying words. She said. Kakashi looked back to see her serious look and Naruto was nodding. With a nod of his own, Kakashi just vanished. This left the two alone who just looked at each other. Do you think that he will change? Naruto asked. Well, I believe in second chances. We'll just keep watch and see if it happens. Sakura said. Naruto just shrugged and began walking out with Sakura following him. Four figures watched the villagers of Konoha go along with their business. They stayed in the shadows and just waited for their contact. They arrived in the village 3 days ago and had to wait 4 more for Orochimaru's man inside. They, at first, thought it was a trap as it was way too easy to get in, but they had not been discovered since. So, they waited until they were contacted so that they could begin their mission. Their wait would soon be over as a black and white bird landed on the roof. It then merged into the ground and revealed a message. They read the message and began to smile. It seems that they wouldn't need to be in the village for long. They now just had to wait until nightfall, then they could make their move. Something was different. Sasuke realized this as he looked out of his prison. His guards would usually show themselves just so that he knew they were there. He had been trying to find an avenue of escape for a week now, and he didn't see any way out of the village. However, his ANBU guards were not here and he didn't know why. That's when he felt someone enter his prison. He turned to see 4 people standing before him. The tallest one had 3 tufts of orange hair and slanted orange eyes. The one with 6 arms had dark skin, black shaggy hair that was tied and black eyes. The female had brown eyes and long pink hair. The final person had 2 heads that had dark blue hair, green lipstick and marking around the eyes. They all wore different colored tunics that were tied by a purple rope. What interested him the most were the Hittite that had a music symbol on the metal. It was the same symbol of those that attacked the village months ago. You're from Otokage, Hidden Sound? That means that you are under Orochimaru's command? Sasuke asked. You are right, Sasuke. Orochimaru-sama has sent us to free you from your captivity. I am Simon no Sakan, Sakan of the West Gate. The 2 headman said. I am Nanmon no Jirobo, Jirobo of the South Gate. Said the large man. I am Hokuman no Tayuya, Tayuya of the North Gate. The Kunoichi greeted. I am Taman no Kidamaru, Kidamaru of the East Gate. The 6-armed man greeted. We are to escort you to Orochimaru-sama so that he can grant you the power that you seek. You have already been given a taste of that power. Sakan said. Sasuke knew what he was talking about. He remembered the power he felt when he used the Ten no Juin, cursed seal of heaven. It would help with his goals. Seeing that Konoha was hindering that, the choice was easy. Sasuke made a move toward his bed. He knelt down to the left side and removed the floorboards. Hidden was one of his pouches. He opened it to see several shuriken, kunai and ninja wire that he was able to gather away from his guards. He strapped it to his belt before facing the 4. Let's go. The 4 bowed and led the former genin to his destiny. Naruto arrived at the tower with his full gear and Chunin vest. He was summoned by the Hokage and it seemed to be urgent. He made his way to her office when he ran into Shikamaru. You got summoned too? I just knew that today was going to be annoying. Shikamaru grumbled. The 2 arrived at the door and knocked. Tsunade allowed them entry in the office. When they entered, they did not see a pleased woman sitting behind the desk. She looked at the 2 seriously. Last night, Sasuke Uchiha escaped from his house arrest. She stated. This surprised the 2 but they did not say anything. The ANBU guards that were supposed to relieve the other guards found the team of 4 dead. I am on my way to do the autopsy, but we need to get a team together to go after Sasuke and whoever is helping him. I understand, Hokage-sama. Seeing as we are dealing with probably a group of 4 in their strength, I would suggest a team of jonin for this mission. Shikamaru said seriously. That isn't going to happen. All available jonin are out on missions. So are all available chunin. You 2 are the only chunin I have that is available. Your mission is to gather a team and get after Sasuke. You are to capture and bring him back or you make sure that Orochimaru does not gain the Sharingan. You better hurry up. Sasuke has about 8 hours on you. Dismissed. Tsunade said. The 2 bowed and made their way out. This is really troublesome. So all we have are genin. Shikamaru muttered. As much as I would mock you right now, we don't have the time. What we need for this team are 2 trackers and some muscle. I have my choice of trackers. Naruto said. I know someone with some muscle. Get your guys, and I'll get mine. We meet up at the gates in 30 minutes. Shikamaru said. Full loadout Shikamaru. We need to be prepared for what we're about to face. Naruto warned. Shikamaru nodded and the 2 were off. 30 minutes later found the 2 standing in front of their chosen members. Naruto picked up Kiba and Akamaru first before finding Neji, who was with Lee. Shikamaru instantly went for his teammate Choji. Now that they were gathered, Naruto got everyone's attention. Alright, listen up guys. We are on the clock. As of last night, Sasuke Uchiha left the village. We believe that he had help from ninja that answered to Orochimaru. We are going on the assumption that he willingly went with these guys. Our mission is to either capture Sasuke or make sure that Sasuke doesn't get to Orochimaru. Do you understand what that means? Naruto asked them. The 3 genin and 1 dog looked at Naruto with serious glances. Okay, let's get the formation down and let's get going. Shikamaru said. The group quickly explained what the formation was. After a minute explaining, the 5 shinobi and 1 dog rushed through the gates. They had a prisoner to retrieve. Tsunade looked at the bodies and narrowed her eyes. She was not pleased by what she saw. By just observing the body, she knew that whoever Orochimaru sent did not kill these ANBU. Upon closer observation, she was able to find out one of the ANBU attacked the others. She found defensive wounds on one of the bodies. The one who attacked then killed themselves with his blade. This only served to annoy her more. She knew these men and she knew that they would never attack each other. Someone or something must have caused this, and the only reason that happened was to give whoever infiltrated easy access to Sasuke. She had a traitor within the village. She had to find out who it was or they could do even more damage to the village. Sasuke looked at the 4 ninja with untrusting eyes. They had made good time from the village, but they decided to stop. That's when Sakan told him that they needed to finish increasing the power of the Ten-no Juin. They then unsealed a large barrel that had several seals around it. That's when Sakan held out a black pill and explained what needed to happen in order for him to reach the next stage. It was the reason that Sasuke was so untrusting. So, this will kill me and only through death will I gain my new power? Sasuke asked. Yes, only through this method will you gain that power. Sakan answered. Sasuke looked at the pill before swallowing. If he had to die to gain the power to gain his vengeance, then so be it. Chapter 45, the team was flying through the trees. With Kiba and Akamaru at the point, they were able to pick up Sasuke's scent. Thanks to them, they knew that they were also facing 4 enemies. Kiba said he could smell Sasuke, but his scent was getting faint for some reason. Hey, we're getting closer. It looks like they stopped. Kiba shouted. Shikamaru and Naruto signaled for a stop. They stood on a branch and waited. Shikamaru looked at his fellow Chunin. What do you think, Naruto? He asked. They definitely set up a trap. It's what I would do. Naruto said. Neji looked ahead. The Akugin. Veins appeared near his temples, and he looked forward. That's when he saw it. He's right. There are explosive tags in a formation a few feet away. He stated. So, what's our play? Asked Shikamaru. Naruto crossed his fingers. Let's spring the trap with one of our own. Naruto said. Kidamaru's finger twitched, waking him up. He looked at the others who were just as alert. He began to move his fingers a bit. That's when the explosion happened. Thinking that their tail was dead, they got ready to move. Nikuden Sensha. Human bullet tank, a voice roared, surprising then. A large ball shot down from the treetops, aiming for the group. The four jumped back, splitting up in the process. The lone female cursed but quickly caught sight of the shadow moving around on the ground. "Watch your feet. If the shadow connects, we're caught," Tayuya shouted. "Getsuga." Fawn passing Feng, Kiba shouted. The two drills came at Sakon, who was holding the barrel. He dodged the attacks and was about to counter when Naruto and Neji appeared. Sakon saw the look in Naruto's eyes as he reared his arm back. It was a look of death. He would be saved by Kidomaru, who spat out a substance at the blonde, forcing him to dodge, using a quickly made clone. Neji lashed out with strike, but his wrist was caught by a hand. Still, two voices cried out when they were still hit with chakra. Jirobo appeared and batted Neji away. He barely dodged Naruto's shuriken by turning in midair, but he was now in the path of Kiba and Akamaru, who were still spinning. Jirobo wasn't worried and, surprisingly, knocked the two out of their rotations. Kiba and Akamaru, who was transformed as him, were sent to the ground hard. Choji went to check up on him and was joined by Shikamaru, who was forced out of hiding by Tayuya. She would be backed off by Naruto, who kicked her in the jaw. Neji joined then and the five were gathered in a defensive position. This would be great for Jirobo, who was doing hand seals as he landed on the ground. Doton Kekai Doro Domo. Earth release barrier, Earth prison dome of magnificent nothingness, he shouted. Earth rose around them quickly and formed a dome, trapping them. The others joined Jirobo. Is this going to take long? We are on a timetable. We don't have time for you to gorge yourself, fatty. Tayuya spat. Then go on ahead. I'll catch up once I've had my fill. Jirobo said with a smile. Tayuya scoffed at him, but Sakon gave her a look. He then looked at Jirobo. The blonde in the trench coat, make sure that he dies. Sakon ordered. Jirobo nodded as the others took off. Within the dome, Kiba and Akamaru were trying their hardest to get through the earth. Getsuga! He shouted and the two drills slammed into the dome. After a while, they stopped their attack and looked at their damage. Kiba could only look on as the earth just repaired itself instantly. Damn it! Nikuden Sensha! Choji shouted and did the same thing as Kiba. He was met with the same results. Guys! Naruto shouted, getting their attention. Save you chakra. If you keep going, he's going to suck out all your chakra faster. You feel it too? Shikamaru asked. The Chunin began to observe the dome from every angle. He then looked toward the back of the dome. He had a theory, but they needed to use as little chakra as possible. Naruto, how many explosive notes do you have on you right now? Enough to level a building, why? Naruto asked. Kiba, Akamaru, Choji and Neji looked at him like he was crazy, but Shiramaru had gotten used to this Naruto. He began to discuss his theory with Naruto and plotted a way out of the dome. Jirobo kept waiting to hear their bodies drop. However, it was taking way too long. He was enjoying the meal, but he needed to reunite with the others. He could hear explosions from within, but there was no way that they were getting out. He was proven wrong when the back of the dome blew out. Jirobo was shocked as the smoke cleared to reveal the 5 ninjas, plus the puppy. How? Jirobo demanded. We don't have time to tell you that. It only shows just how dumb it was for you to use a jutsu that you don't fully understand. Naruto mocked as he flipped out a kunai. The comment pissed off Jirobo. You're pretty cocky, aren't you, brat? Jirobo spat. He got into a fighting stance. Naruto was the first to move, vanishing and reappearing before him. He attempted a stab, but Jirobo blocked his forearm. He threw a palm strike, but Naruto slipped under him and slashed at his side. Jirobo moved enough to avoid the blade, cutting into his skin but not his tunic. Getsuga! Naruto jumped as Kiba and Akamaru came at Jirobo with their attack. Jirobo set himself in place and got low. He dodged the first drill and attacked the second. Shogaki sho. Rising attack palm, he shouted and slammed his palm upward into the drill. Kiba gagged as the force behind the blow stopped his rotation and sent him into the air. Akamaru attempted to strike back, but he was hit the same way, forcing him to change back into a dog. Naruto was able to catch Kiba and get him to safety. Shikamaru caught Jirobo in his shadow, but he broke free and rushed at him. He was preparing to crush his face when Choji got in front of him. Choji actually caught the palm strike, surprising Jirobo. Jirobo threw another palm strike, but Choji stopped that too. The two big men fought to overpower the other, but neither was moving. Go! You guys have to go now. Choji shouted. What? We can't leave you here alone. Shikamaru argued loudly. The more time we waste, the further Sasuke gets. Don't worry, I'll be okay. He shouted. Shikamaru was torn because this was his best friend. However, he was right. They had a mission to do. Let's go! Shikamaru shouted. He then looked at Choji. We'll be back. Hang on until then. No, you don't. Jirobo exclaimed. He tried to stop them only to get tossed by Choji. The other four took off after the other three. Jirobo was slow to get up, so Choji pulled out a small box. The box held 3 colored balls in them. He opened the section with the green ball and popped it into his mouth. A burst of energy flowed through him as he prepared for combat. Tayuya, Sakon and Kidamaru flew through the trees. They didn't slow down so their comrade could catch up. They didn't have to, as they felt someone coming up on them. It's about time you caught up, fat ass. Tayuya cursed, turning to face him only to get punched in the face by Kiba. The other two turned around only to be bombarded by clones of Naruto, descending on them. The amount of clones surprised them and they had trouble fighting them off. One clone managed to separate the barrel from Sakon and toss it to Kiba. I got it! Kiba shouted and started to run away. Not so fast, asshole! Tayuya shouted and chased after him. She caught up and kicked Kiba hard, forcing him to drop the barrel. Lucky for him, Shikamaru caught it and took off. Tayuya was annoyed and prepared to chase after it only for Neji to appear. She was immediately on the defensive as Neji attacked her. Kidamaru charged after Shikamaru and spat out webbing at him. Shikamaru got hit and was restrained to a tree. Akamaru, transformed as Kiba, attempted to cut him off, but Kidamaru saw him and trapped him in the webbing as well. The original Naruto moved quickly to retrieve the barrel but had to dodge as Kidamaru fired more webbing to stop him. Naruto countered with several shuriken but he couldn't hit him. Kidamaru appeared and retrieved the barrel. He joined back up with Tayuya and Sakon, who had just finished off the last clone. These guys are really starting to piss me off. Tayuya spat. I think the game has gotten more interesting. Kidamaru said with a smirk. He tossed the barrel to Sakon and turned his attention to the remaining 3. You go on. I'm going to play with them a little. The two did not waste time and took off. Kidamaru looked at the remaining 3 before jumping into the trees. Naruto, Neji and Kiba were on edge as they looked for him. Kiba was the first to figure his position from smell. He quickly rushed to the area to take him out. Kiba, wait! Naruto shouted. Don't sweat it. He won't escape my nose. Kiba shouted and rotated. Kidamaru just smirked and spat out his webbing. Kiba was covered in the webbing like a cocoon. He slammed into the side of the tree with a thud. Naruto launched some shuriken but he missed. Neji activated his Byakugan and could see where Kidamaru was moving. He's trying to outflank us, Neji said. Naruto pulled out some smoke bombs and threw them on the ground. Kidamaru saw this and smiled. Smart. You two are playing the game better than I thought, Kidamaru said. He looked at the smoke and waited for it to clear. He knew that they weren't in the smoke anymore, but he pretended that they were. He was surprised when several figures jumped out of the smoke. Kidomaru saw that they were clones of the blonde. He rapidly spat out webbing at the clones. He managed to catch them all, but they all turned out to be clones. Katan Ryuka no Jutsu. Fire release dragon fire technique, Naruto shouted as flames came at Kidomaru from below. He dodged the flame, but he found himself open to Niji's attack. Niji got into a familiar stance. Hack Rokujion Sho. 8 trigrams 64 palms, Niji shouted and blasted Kidomaru with his jutsu. Kidomaru could not defend and was sent flying into the side of the tree. He laid on the branch, unmoving. Niji turned to help Naruto, who was trying to free Shikamaru. He still had his Byakugan on and saw that there was chakra running through them. He was able to use his Jukin to cut through the webbing. Shikamaru and Akamaru were quickly freed while it took a while for Kiba. He dropped to the ground when freed from his cocoon. All right, let's get ready to move. The other two could not have gotten far. Naruto said. And leave so soon? Everyone turned to see Kidomaru stand up. That's when they saw pieces of skin fall off him. Kidomaru was grinning like a madman at the group. We don't have time for this. We need to get past him. Naruto snarled. That's when Niji stepped forward. I will face him. He said. I don't like this. Their strength might be reducing, but so is ours. Shikamaru stated. True, but we don't have the time to consider things. Sasuke gets farther away, and we cannot allow Orochimaru to gain the Sharingan. This is something you know. Do not worry. Against my Byakugan, he will not defeat me. Niji said. I get what you're saying, Shikamaru, but he's right. We can't let Orochimaru get the Sharingan. Naruto added. Shikamaru growled, but he nodded. Naruto, Kiba, Akamaru and Shikamaru left Niji to face off against Kidomaru. The six-armed ninja couldn't wait to get started. Anko arrived at the Hokage Tower to report her mission's success. As she walked the halls and made her way to the Hokage's office, she caught sight of the one-eyed Jonin going in the same direction. She really didn't want to wait for him, so she sped up in order to get to the office first. She would have made it if it wasn't for the people in the building bumping into her. She wondered what the emergency was, but she missed her chance to get to the office first. That's when a nervous Shizune came out of the office. Upon seeing Kakashi and Anko, she got even more nervous. Hey Shizune, you okay? Anko asked. Why yes, I'm alright. I'm just surprised to see you both here. Shizune said with a nervous laugh. Both Jonin were not interested in what had her so nervous. Before either of them could interrogate her, the door to the office opened again and Tsunade stepped out. Seeing the two and her nervous apprentice, Tsunade grew frustrated. She gave Shizune a look of disapproval before looking at the two. Come in and close the door. Tsunade ordered. The two entered the office and Kakashi closed the door. The two stood in front of the desk as Tsunade took a seat. She gave both of them a serious look. Sasuke Uchiha has escaped. What? Anko exclaimed. Kakashi was just as surprised. His ANBU guard was found dead and he was led out of the village. An investigation is ongoing as of this moment. She explained. Has a team been sent to retrieve him? Kakashi asked. Yes. A team was dispatched to retrieve or deal with Sasuke. The team leaders are Naruto Uzumaki and Shikamaru Nara. They formed a team and left a couple hours ago. They are, most likely, facing members of Orochimaru's elite. Anko immediately turned around and bolted out of the office. Kakashi looked at Tsunade, who just nodded at him. Kakashi vanished, leaving Tsunade to sigh. Anko was out of the tower and on her way to the gate. She was moving fast, hoping to catch up to that team. She was near the gate when Kakashi appeared. "Get the hell out of my way, Kakashi!" Anko shouted. "Calm down, Anko. I'm not here to stop you," Kakashi stated calmly. Biting into his thumb, he smeared blood onto his palm. He did some hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning technique, Kakashi's hounds appeared before them. With a hand motion, the hounds scattered. Kakashi just stood still while Anko narrowed her eyes at him. "Just what is your game here?" Anko demanded. "Just going to correct a mistake," Kakashi answered. A howl alerted the two and they took off. Chapter 46, Tayuya and Sakon were hurrying. They had to get out of Hino Kuni, Land of Fire. They only hoped that Kodomaru and Jirobo held them off so that they could escape. They flew through the trees unaware of anything. That's when Sakon felt his foot catch something. He looked down to see a wire. "Ambush!" he shouted as an explosion rocked the top of the tree line. It was not the only explosion, as several others were activated from all around. The two elites managed to escape, but just barely. "God damn it, who has this much explosive notes?" Tayuya cursed loudly. "Sup?" Tayuya turned her head only to be punched in the face. Sakon was hit from behind as well by Kiba. He cut the barrel free during his attack and kicked it away. Shikamaru appeared and made the grab. "You damn brats!" Sakon shouted. He recovered and launched himself at Shikamaru. "Do it, Akamaru!" Kiba shouted. "Dynamiku Makingu!" Dynamic marking, the white pup jumped into the air and began spraying around the area. Sakon gagged in disgust before slipping and falling toward the ground. He was quick to grab a branch and right himself. He growled at the pup and his owner, who glared back at him. Meanwhile, Tayuya was engaged with Naruto. The blonde used the Hibiken, snake fist, to slip one of her punches and land some quick strikes. Tayuya was tired of getting hit so much and went for a haymaker. Naruto easily dodged it and turned her attack into a throw. She hit the branch with a thud and Naruto flicked Powder Kunai. He rushed forward, ready to finish her off. Tayuya quickly pulled out a flute to block the stab. She kicked Naruto away and jumped away to gain distance. The two prepared for another go. Shikamaru surveyed the fights and didn't like the plan they came up with. He didn't want to leave the two, but Naruto did have a point. Sasuke needed to return to the village to face judgment. He reluctantly began to turn away to make his way back to the village. That's when some extra weight landed on the barrel. He looked to see a pair of green eyes looking at him. He only had seconds to pull out a kunai and block this person's attack. It was a strong attack as it knocked him back. Naruto and Kiba saw that Shikamaru was in trouble. They quickly disengaged to help their comrade. The person who attacked him landed next to Tayuya with the barrel. When she saw who it was, she was extremely nervous. Standing before her was a pale-skinned, pale teenager. He had shoulder-length white hair and 2 red dots on his forehead. He gave her a look that made her gulp. They were soon joined by Sakon, who was just as nervous. "Why are you here, Kimimaro?" Sakon asked. The teen locked eyes with him without any expression. "Where are Jirobo and Kodomaru?" Kimimaro demanded. They stayed back to cover our escape," Tayuya answered. "Then for their sakes, they better be successful. The same should be said of you too," he stated. This shocked the two and readied themselves for an attack. However, Kimimaro did not attack them. He just lifted the barrel. "You all have failed Orochimaru-sama. Because you could not deal with a group of children, he had to change bodies. Now, he must wait. He is not happy with your failure and expect there to be heavy consequences for your failure." Sakon and Tayuya couldn't believe how badly they messed up. They knew that their punishment would not be pleasant. I will leave those 3 to you too. Finish them off and maybe your punishment will not be as bad. With that said, Kimimaro vanished with Sasuke. The 3 Konoha shinobi looked at the scene carefully. They turned their attention to the 2 teenagers who began to leak out a dangerous amount of chakra. They can see lines going across their bodies. Shikamaru looked on and came up to a decision. Naruto, go after that guy. We will hold these 2 here. Shikamaru said. You're kidding. These guys have curse marks and have just activated them. Naruto shouted. I know, but we have to keep on task. Sasuke needs to be returned to the village or he does not get to Orochimaru. This is something that you can do, and you know it. Shikamaru stated. Naruto didn't like it, but he knew Shikamaru was right. Don't be lazy, Shikamaru. Naruto said before vanishing as well. Shikamaru scoffed at the comment before preparing himself with Kiba and Akamaru. The 2 enemies glared at them hard. Shikamaru just sighed. God, I wish I was still a genin. Kakashi and Anko were flying through the trees, picking up the trail of the 5 boys. So far, their worry was well founded. They had just found Choji and had to quickly stabilize him. Kakashi recognized that pillbox and was concerned. Anko checked the body of Jirobo. She saw that his chest was caved in. They managed to stabilize Choji and were back on the trail. They continued until Kakashi called for a stop. They landed on a branch and Kakashi took a few sniffs. What is it? Anko asked. Blood, lots of it. Kakashi answered. Following his nose, Kakashi and Anko tracked the scent until they came upon 2 bodies. One was Kidamaru and the other was Niji. Kakashi checked Kidamaru's body while Anko checked on Niji. Kakashi checked and found that the teen's heart was dead. Niji must have exploded his heart. He truly was a prodigy. Kakashi! Get up here and help me. The kid still ahs a pulse. Anko shouted, surprising Kakashi. The Jonin was quick to help her as they both tried furiously to save him. Kimimaro came out of the forest and landed in an open field. He got a few steps until he heard something. He quickly moved as 3 kunai landed where he was. Naruto appeared before him and threw off his trench coat, which blinded Kimimaro. The coat dropped to the ground to reveal that Naruto wasn't there. However, Kimimaro caught Naruto with a kick as he attempted to stab him from behind. Naruto quickly recovered and got into a stance. Kimimaro put the barrel down before facing Naruto. It seems that I will have to punish those 2 myself. Kimimaro said as he faced Naruto. It was a decent attempt, but you will have to try harder to kill me. Yeah, figured as much. With how nervous those 2 were when you appeared, you've got to be strong. However, I'm not going to allow your master to get the best of us again. Sasuke is coming back to Konoha to face judgment. Naruto said seriously before flicking out 2 kunai. He did gather a lot of chakra before crossing his fingers. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple shadow clone jutsu, a large plume of smoke surrounded Kimimaro. It cleared after a few moments to reveal an army of clones. Impressive, but futile. Kimimaro stated. Naruto didn't say anything. 5 clones charged forward and attacked. Kimimaro was relaxed as they engaged him. Naruto saw that he smoothly avoided his attacks, so he changed tactics. Kimimaro noticed that the 5 clones were fighting well together. He also noticed a few of them disappear. He decided to stop dodging and attacked. The clones watched with surprise when a piece of bone came out of him. He quickly took 3 clones who were still shocked. The other 2 quickly recovered and engaged him seriously. They did well, but Kimimaro was just much better. He destroyed one of the clones and was about to destroy the other but had to jump as he was nearly stabbed in his legs. Now in the air, a few of Naruto's clones did hand seals. Katon Karyuden. Fire release fire dragon bullet, a few of them shouted and launched flames at him. Kimimaro quickly used a kawarimi, body replacement, to escape. He appeared before a group of clones who tried to rush him. Yanagi no Mai. Dance of the Willow, the group of clones gasped as they felt themselves being pierced from bones. They all were dispelled, and they saw that bones were coming out of Kimimaro's knees, elbows, hands and feet. Naruto was just in shock at what he was seeing. Shit, this must be his Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limit. It's not one I know about. That must mean he's the last of them. Shit, I don't think I'll be able to deal with him. I need to grab the barrel and jet. Naruto thought. The other clones prepared themselves as Kimimaro retracted his bones. He then had a bone come out of his shoulder. He grabbed it and pulled it out. Naruto saw that it was sword. He looked at the army of clones, looking briefly at the barrel. He saw black smoke coming out of it. It is almost time. Kimimaro thought. That's when he noticed the movement of the clones. He quickly charged forward, destroying a few clones before appearing in front of the barrel. Naruto cursed, but it did not deter his attacks. The clones engaged with Kimimaro and tried to get around him. The team was taking out clones left and right using his taijutsu and sword. However, he did not expect an attack from below as a few clones managed to get by him and got the barrel. They landed and started to run. Kimimaro was about to give chase, but he got surrounded by the clones. He wasn't happy, but that changed when there was an explosion. Naruto watched as his clones were dispelled by the force of the explosion. A thick smoke came from the broken barrel. Naruto watched it clear to reveal Sasuke only. He looked much differently. His skin was gray, and his hair looked longer. He could see Sasuke look at his hands and body. The thing that worried Naruto was the vile chakra that was coming off him. It reminded him of the Chunin exam, only stronger. Sasuke began to laugh, probably at the power he just received. He then ran off, heading toward the border. Naruto and a few clones were about to pursue when Kimimaro got in his way. I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to pass. That boy will be vessel that I could not. He spoke. Vessel? Naruto asked. It makes not sense for me to explain it to you. You will be dead long before it happens. Kimimaro said. He moved forward to kill Naruto. Naruto and his clones prepared to fight. Sakura was making her way to check on Lee. She was now a member of the hospital and she enjoyed it. With her team disbanded, she had to do something with her time. Lucky for her, Shizune came to her and asked if she would like to learn some advanced jutsu. Sakura jumped at the chance and she was shadowing the Jonin. It didn't hurt that she was making a little more Ryo working at the hospital. As she neared the room, she came upon Shizune and Tsunade. Shizune-sensei? Hokage-sama? Sakura asked. The two looked at her when they were called. That's when a third person poked his head out. Gai-sensei? What's going on? Your patient, Tsunade growled out. Decided to chase after the team I sent after Sasuke. He managed to escape the hospital and left the village without notice. What? He's not at 100% yet. Even with the medicine, he won't be at full strength. Sakura shouted. She rushed into the room and saw his empty bed. That's when she also saw the medicine bottle. That idiot! He didn't even take the medicine. That got the adults' attention and they also noticed the bottle. They couldn't believe that Lee could be so thoughtless. That was until Tsunade remembered something. Son of a, the brat took my sake. Tsunade said. Tsunade-sama, how could you bring sake in a hospital? Shizune argued. Hey, I've had a stressful day all right. I needed. Guy? Why are you looking like that? She asked. The females looked at Guy, who had the face of a man who was terrified. Oh no, not alcohol. Anything but that. Guy said with worry. What are you talking about? Why is alcohol bad for Lee? Sakura asked. After my team's first mission, I treated my team. Lee accidentally took a sip of sake, thinking that it was water. It took me, Niji and Tenten to put him down. The destruction he caused to the place was frightening. We discovered that Lee is a natural user of the Suiken, drunken fist. He is nearly unstoppable if he's intoxicated. Guy explained. All three women were in shock at this. Meanwhile, Kimimaro was sent flying and hit the ground hard. He struggled to get up and looked at the person in front of him. What kind of monster are you? Kimimaro sneered. Lee just hiccuped and let out a loud roar. Sasuke landed near the waterfall. He looked at the statues of the Shodai, first, Hokage and his ancestor, Uchiha Madara. He knew about this place from the academy. Shumatsu no Tani, Valley of the End, the final battle between these two shinobi. Their battle is what shaped this place from what the stories say. No one really knew what happened that day, but the two statues were created to memorialize the battle. Sasuke was about to leave when a kunai stopped him from moving forward. He looked at the kunai before turning to face the one who threw it. Naruto looked at Sasuke and was stunned by what he saw. One of Sasuke's eyes looked too much like Orochimaru's. Sasuke saw this and smirked at him. Are you shocked, Dobe? Are you stunned by the power I now possess? Sasuke asked mockingly. Naruto lost his surprise and got serious. I'm shocked at how low you've sunk. So, because the village isn't kissing your ass anymore, you decide to go rouge. How pathetic have you really become that you would accept the easy way? Naruto asked. Call it what you want? Sasuke said and closed his eyes. When he opened them, it was back to normal. This is the power I need to achieve my ambitions. When I arrive to Orochimaru, he will give me even more power. And giving yourself to be his vessel will be worth it, right? Just as long as you get to kill your brother. How did that work out the last time? Naruto asked mockingly. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. I've always hated your mocking. Every insult you sent my way was an insult to my pride. Every time you passed me was an insult to me as a shinobi. You were a nobody who was pitted by that kunoichi. You should be below me, and it looks like I get the chance to prove it. Sasuke said. He picked up the kunai that was at his feet and readied himself. Well, good to know that my existence wounded you so. It's going to make it all that much better after I stomp you out and drag you back to be judged. So, what is it going to be? Easy way or hard way? Naruto asked. Sasuke got into his stance. Naruto pulled out two kunai and got into a stance. Hard way it is. Chapter 47, Kakashi and Anko arrived to see a very amazing scene. Much of the canopy of the forest was gone. Not only that, two familiar foreign shinobi were checking over two of their shinobi. They revealed themselves to the group. Kakashi-sensei? Anko-sensei? Shikamaru said. Where's Naruto? Anko demanded. Easy Anko, Kakashi ordered. He turned his attention back to Shikamaru. Report. We had Sasuke when another enemy appeared. We agreed that Naruto should go after him while we faced off against Sasuke's guards. We would have been killed if it weren't for these two. Shikamaru reported. Kakashi looked at the two sand shinobi. I guess things have been settled between each other. Glad that you helped our shinobi. Where are the guards? Temari smirked and pointed to the sound kunoichi who was buried under the treetops. Kakashi then saw a puppet with two heads and blood coming out of it. Anko checked on Tayuya and made sure that she was dead. That's when they felt a tremor. They all turned to see several white spikes in the distance. That's where Gaara is. Temari said with some concern. Anko, let's go. Kakashi said. The two jonin took off in that direction. Two flashes clashed against each other. They moved all around, clashing and creating sparks. Sasuke skid to a stop and looked up only to be kicked in the face. He was sent tumbling on the ground. He got to his feet and glared at Naruto. It only made him angrier when he saw the blonde just stand there with just a few scrapes and calm. With a roar, Sasuke charged him and tried to hit him with punches. Naruto then checked a kick and countered with a jab, snapping his head back. Naruto hit him with a kick and lashed out with a slash of his kunai. Sasuke was able to block the slash, but it knocked him off balance. Naruto grabbed his arm, disarmed him and forced him to the ground using a painful wrist lock. How does the ground taste? Naruto asked. Sasuke growled and quickly rolled out of the hold. On his back, he kicked up and caught Naruto in the face. Naruto backed up, releasing Sasuke. The last Uchiha was quick to his feet and bombarded Naruto with strikes. Sasuke pulled out another kunai and slashed Naruto across his throat. Sasuke thought he won until Naruto dispelled into smoke. Sanaijushu, hidden shadow snake hands. Sasuke cried out as he was bit by 4 snakes. He was then thrown into the side of the valley wall. Naruto appeared in front of him, Rasengan in hand. Sasuke quickly replaced himself with a log as the jutsu hit. Sasuke appeared behind Naruto and activated the Chidori. He launched himself forward at Naruto's back until a kunai appeared in his path. It exploded, sending Sasuke flying back toward the water. Sasuke managed to correct himself before landing on the surface. He learned the skill after copying it, watching some jonin train. He had trouble with it as it was his first time using the exercise. Naruto landed across for him, perfectly standing on the water's surface. Sasuke used his Sharingan to copy the flow of Naruto's chakra to perfectly stand on the surface. Sasuke glared at the amused look on Naruto's face. Damn it, I will not allow you to beat me, dope, loser. Sasuke spat. The only dope here is you. You had the village in the palm of your hand, and you threw it all away because you didn't get strong enough, just because you wanted it the easy way. You're going to lose here, Sasuke, and then, you're going to face the consequences. You don't have a choice in the matter. Naruto said. Sasuke looked at Naruto with rage after those words. It seems to help to full mature his Sharingan. Is that what you think? Let me show you just how wrong you are. Sasuke exclaimed as marks appeared on his face. He vanished, stunning the blonde. He was even more stunned when he felt the air leave him. He was sent flying toward the valley wall before he was hit hard into the water. Naruto didn't get far as Sasuke's hand grabbed him by the front of his shirt and dragged out of the water. Sasuke punched him 3 times in the gut before kicking him away. Sasuke vanished and reappeared on the side of the valley wall doing hand seals. Katango Kakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique. He roared and launched a huge fireball at Naruto. The blonde saw this and quickly did seals of his own. Sui Tunsuijin Hiki, water formation wall. Naruto spat out water that formed and protected him from the flames. Sasuke watched the steam around Naruto and launched himself toward it. He dove in and engaged. There were sounds of blows being thrown and Naruto was sent flying across the water. Sasuke shot out and caught up to Naruto. He grabbed him by the throat and carried him across the water, slamming him into the wall. Sasuke held him up as he slowly applied pressure. Not so big now, dope? Sasuke said with amusement. Naruto coughed up some bile before grinning at Sasuke. So, you got in a couple of shots and you believe that you've won? All you have just shown me is that you need Snake Face's Hickory to keep up. Naruto choked out. Sasuke snarled and slammed him into the wall harder. Oh, did I hit a nerve? Sasuke growled and flicked out another kunai and thrust his arm forward. Naruto quickly caught Sasuke's wrist and held the kunai back. He grabbed his other wrist and began to apply pressure. Sasuke watched with shock and pain as Naruto removed his hand around his throat. Naruto's strength surprised Sasuke and looked at the blonde. He could see that his eyes were now slitted and red. His whisker marks were more pronounced and his nails were digging into his skin. Naruto growled at him as he forced Sasuke to his knees. Sasuke was looking up at Naruto. What are you? I'm the guy who is about to beat your ass. Naruto growled. Releasing one of Sasuke's wrist, Naruto drilled Sasuke in the jaw. The force of the punch created huge splash and sent Sasuke deep underwater. Sasuke tried to get control of himself only to be attacked by Naruto's clones. Sasuke quickly swam to the surface and burst out. He landed on the surface and skid to stop. He was waiting for an attack from below only to be attacked to his left. Naruto battered Sasuke with punches and kicks. One kick sent Sasuke toward the statue of Madara. He crashed near its feet and struggled to get up. What's matter, Sasuke? You were talking big a minute ago. Naruto spat. Don't talk down to me. Sasuke shouted and charged at Naruto, his Sharingan blazing. Naruto met his charge and the two met in the middle of the waterfall. They began to throw punches and kicks at each other. Naruto was getting the better of the two as he used the Hibi, snake, style. Sasuke was too angry to use the full power of his Sharingan. All he wanted to do was destroy the blonde in front of him. The exchange ended when the two punched each other. Naruto was the first to recover and uppercut Sasuke away. Sasuke rolled on the water and came to a stop by the base of the Madara statue. Naruto was breathing hard and tried to recover quickly. Sasuke got to his knees and glared at Naruto. He was breathing just as hard and his anger continued to grow. Naruto should be nothing to him. A loser who played pranks for attention and shouted about being Hokage. He got lucky when he met that bitch, Anko. The same bitch that Orochimaru rejected and who gave her the power he was now wielding. So why? Why was he so damn weak? He looked at Naruto with fury. His Sharingan was blazing and bore into the blonde. It was then that he saw something within the blonde. It was a second chakra source. What was that chakra? He didn't care about that now. All that mattered was killing Naruto. Sasuke did hand seals and activated the Chidori. Seeing this, Naruto created a clone to help him form the Rasengan. Once the two jutsu were ready, the two charged at each other. They were in each other's face when they thrust their attacks forward. Chidori. Rasengan. The two attacks clashed, pushing the water away. Sasuke tried hard to beat Naruto's jutsu, but his Chidori could not penetrate it. After a while, the two jutsu cancelled each other out, sending the two flying away from each other. They crashed into the feet of Madara and Hashirama. Sasuke struggled to his feet and so did Naruto. Both could feel that they were on their last legs. Naruto stood up and took a couple of breaths, the Kyuubi's chakra fading. Are you ready to surrender, Sasuke? I don't know about you, but I can keep going. Naruto said with ragged breaths. Sasuke was looking at Naruto with hatred. He had to clench his hand so that it would stop shaking. That jutsu of Naruto's was so much stronger than his. What irked him more was that he couldn't copy it. Why was this happening? Why couldn't he kill this nobody? I need more chakra. I need more power. Give me more power. Sasuke screamed in his mind. The marks began to move across his face and body. Naruto watched as Sasuke began to transform. His hair got longer and was turning gray. His skin was also turning gray. The chakra pouring out of him was powerful. Well, that's going to be a problem. Naruto said to himself. Need my help, brat? The Kyuubi asked. You offering? Not complaining, but I don't trust you and I know you don't like me. Naruto thought. True, but I hate those eyes. Also, he kills you, he'll kill me. That damn yondaime, fourth, did this seal well. Good point. How much of your chakra are you going to allow me to use? Enough for you to finish this fight. However, it will not last long due to your injuries and it will hurt a lot. The QB said with humor. Funny, just get on with it. Naruto spat. A surge of chakra exploded out of Naruto, causing him to scream. Naruto roared in pain as red chakra began to encase him. Sasuke watched as the chakra took form. He continued to watch as Naruto dropped on all fours. The chakra took the shape of an animal, complete with ears and a tail. What the hell is that chakra? It looks alive. Sasuke said to himself. He ignored it as a roar alerted him to Naruto who was running toward him. Katon Ryuka no Jutsu, Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke roared and fired a huge flame at Naruto. Naruto took a deep breath before letting out a huge roar. The roar blew and snuffed out the flame. Sasuke had to cover his eyes to block the spraying water. Naruto was in Sasuke's area and threw a punch that Sasuke dodged. However, he was still hit when that red chakra moved on its own and gave him 3 claw marks on his cheek. Sasuke quickly got some distance and fired several balls of fire at Naruto. The blonde dodged the attacks, running up Madara's statue. Naruto got above Sasuke who was running up the waterfall. He let out another roar that sent Sasuke flying toward the bottom. Sasuke suddenly sprouted wings from his back and used it to stop himself. Naruto reared his arm back and threw it forward, launching a large chakra claw at Sasuke. With a flap, Sasuke rocketed up to the top of the waterfall. Naruto quickly followed and reached the top. Sasuke landed on Hashirama's statue while Naruto stood on Madara's statue. The two glared at each other. Both boys were breathing hard. Sasuke could feel his chakra getting low and Naruto's body was screaming in pain from using the Kyuubi's chakra. They knew that this would be their final attack. Sasuke did the hand seals for the Chidori while Naruto held out his palm. Sasuke's Chidori was screeching while the Rasengan began to form. Sasuke poured all his chakra into the Chidori, turning it black. The lightning was deafening but it did not worry Naruto. His purple Rasengan was really to go. The two glared at each other. I'm going to kill you, Naruto. I'm going to finish you and you will be nothing more than a bad memory. Sasuke spat. Take your best shot, Uchiha. Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke roared and flew at Naruto. Naruto launched at Sasuke. They met in the middle and thrust their attacks at each other. Chidori. Rasengan. The two jutsu collided, creating an explosion of chakra. The two attacks encased the two in a black sphere, pushing water away and destroying pieces of the statue. The sphere began to break apart, showering the area in a bright light. Kakashi and Anko saw the light and could feel the chakra from where they were. The two jonin picked up the pace. They were worried about what was going on. Chapter 48, the rain began to pour as Anko and Kakashi arrived at the valley. Anko frantically looked for Naruto while Kakashi did the same, but he was observing the area of battle. The two boys must have really gone at it from the damage that he saw and the chakra that he felt. There he is! Anko shouted and flew toward Naruto. They appeared next to the blonde who was holding his side. Anko knelt to see the severity of the wound. It was bad and she applied more pressure to stop the bleeding. Ow, damn it, that hurts! Naruto exclaimed. Shut up! I need to stop the damn bleeding! Anko shouted. She kept applying the pressure and the bleeding slowed. Kakashi observed the wound too. Damn it, why isn't that stupid fox within not doing its job? Because of the chakra used, it might not be able to. We need to stop this bleeding before we can move him. Kakashi said. What do you think I'm doing? Anko spat. Kakashi ignored her and was preparing to do something when Naruto gripped his wrist. He looked at the blonde who was giving him a hard look. You need to get Sasuke. You need to retrieve the body. Naruto hissed out. We need to deal with you first. Kakashi said. No. If Snakeface gets Sasuke's body. Who knows? What? Naruto said before passing out. The Jonin were frantic and quickly checked for a pulse. Luckily the pulse was strong, and he must have passed out from the pain. Kakashi then noticed a blood trail that the rain was washing away. It must have been Sasuke, and by the words Naruto said, he wouldn't have looked for a live person. He turned to Anko. Cauterize the wound and get him ready to move. Kakashi ordered before leaping off after his former student. Not too far away, Sasuke was using one arm to drag himself toward the border. His other hand was holding the neck wound that was spraying out blood. He was dying. He could feel his energy leave him and it angered him more. He kept dragging himself, his hate giving him strength. I will not be denied. I will complete my ambition. Sasuke thought viciously. That's when he heard the howls of dogs. He knew those howls and he tried to drag himself faster. However, he was losing strength fast and he couldn't keep going. No. I will not. Stop. I will not. With that last thought, Sasuke stopped moving. Blood leaked out of his neck and began to pool. That's when the area around him began to swirl into itself. After a few moments, a figure appeared. He was wearing a black robe with red clouds and an orange swirl mask. He looked at the body for a while. That's when he heard the howls getting closer. He looked at Sasuke's body again before doing something. Sasuke began to swirl until his body just disappeared. Once that was done, he did the same, vanishing completely. It was then that Kakashi arrived to find a small pool of blood but no Sasuke's. He ordered his hounds to find him, but it would be for nothing. Sasuke was now in enemy hands. Tsunade was working on the wound that Naruto received. She was being very careful and made sure that the nurses with her were doing their job. The boy was out and hooked up to various machines that would keep him alive. Outside, Anko and Kakashi watched as their Hokage worked on him. They did not talk to each other and were just waiting for the results. The silence was uncomfortable between the two. I blame you, Kakashi. Anko said finally. She turned to glare at the one-eyed Jonin. I blame you for what happened to my Otutu, little brother. If you had just done your damn job as a sensei, we wouldn't be in this position. If you had just put that little asshole in his place, we wouldn't be in this position. You failed in your job and Naruto is paying the price. What do you want me to say, Anko? If I apologize, you'll only get angry. Kakashi said. You're damn right. I have a reason to be. I took care of him when everyone ignored him. I trained him, I worried about him, I listened to him when he had issues. What the hell did you or anyone else do? Anko spat. That's enough. A voice said. They both turned to see Tsunade. You're in a hospital. Act like it. Sorry Hokage-sama, how is Naruto? Anko asked. He'll be fine. Cauterizing the wound was a good idea. Lucky for him, Sasuke's hand missed his stomach and liver but only by inches. It was not too difficult of a fix, but he will be out for a while. She turned to Anko. You can keep watch over him if you want, but I need you, Kakashi, to tell me what you know about what you found. Depending on what you saw, we might have to declare this mission a failure. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi said. The two turned to leave while Anko followed the staff that was transporting Naruto to his room. Naruto looked out his window to look at the village. He was a little restless because he had been cooped in this room for 3 days. He never liked hospitals, and he was looking for an escape. However, he couldn't get out because his Wani-san, big sister, was being a worrywart. His attention was taken away by a knock on his door. He turned and saw that it was Shikamaru. Hey Shikamaru, you're still in hospital? Naruto asked. Just checking in on everybody. You're the last person that I'm coming to see. Shikamaru said. He then looked around looking for someone. Wasn't that crazy woman here? I figured that she wouldn't let you out of her sight. Naruto sighed before intimidating footsteps. That's when a huge snake head peered into the room. The serpent narrowed its eyes at Naruto before leaving. Naruto turned to Shikamaru with annoyance. Shikamaru looked at the blonde with wide eyes. That one-isan of yours is nuts. Tell me something I don't know. Naruto said. Shikamaru took a seat and faced his comrade. Naruto got serious and looked at him. What do you know? Shikamaru sighed and looked at Naruto. The mission is considered a failure and a success. The failure is that we did not receive Sasuke's body. Either Orochimaru got his body, or the wildlife got him. The success is due to the wound that you gave him. Even if Orochimaru got to him, he wouldn't survive. That's all I have. Shikamaru explained. Naruto turned away and looked up at the ceiling. He's still alive. He mumbled. What? He asked. Sasuke, he's still alive. I don't know how, but that bastard is still alive. The blonde said. There's no way, Naruto. The blonde they found, you cut an artery. He would have bled out in moments. The Nara said. I just have a feeling. I trust my gut on this, and because I do, I need to get stronger. Naruto said. What are you talking about? Shikamaru asked. I should have stopped Sasuke easy. Kakashi might not have trained me as much, but Anko One-isan trained me better. I even learned something from Erosenin, Pervy Sage, but I need more. It isn't just my Sasuke feeling. There are some strong shinobi that are planning something bad. I need to be ready for it. Naruto explained seriously. Shikamaru had never seen the blonde this serious. Maybe he should consider taking his words serious as well. Tsunade rubbed her temples and was begging for a drink. She glared at Jiraiya, who did not look happy either. I swear to God, Jiraiya, Tsunade growled. I don't get why we are having this conversation either. The kid needs to get stronger, and I am asking permission to take him out of the village to do that. Why is this such a big deal? Jiraiya argued. Because you are refusing to tell me what you are planning to teach the boy. For some reason, Anko believes that your focus will be training Naruto in using the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, chakra. Tsunade explained. Well, yeah, he needs to be able to use its chakra. He stated. Do you even know how? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya scratched his cheek and chuckled nervously. Do you ever think first? You have no knowledge of how to train a Jinchuriki. The only ones who have succeeded in fully controlling their Jinchuriki are from Kirigakure, Hidden Mist, and Kyumogakure, Hidden Cloud. Do you have access to their training methods? Is I willing to help you? Why are you judging me about this? Do you not trust me to make the brat strong enough to face the Akatsuki? Jiraiya demanded with a hard tone. I trust you, but you are being reckless. You have no understanding of how to train him with something that he is unwilling to use. You trained the Yondaime, 4th. He might have been a prodigy, but he needed help. Are you telling me that you can't do so with Naruto? Naruto is much different than the Yondaime. That's a weak excuse, because Anko certainly didn't have a problem in training him to the current level. Hearing that, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. So, it's Anko who is complaining about me? So, you're just going to take her worries and not see the bigger picture? It was now Tsunade's turn to narrow her eyes. I am, because she has a point. If you cannot train Naruto in anything else but the Kyuubi's chakra, then I will not allow you to have him. That's the deal, Jiraiya. You teach Naruto to be a shinobi, or I will find someone who will. The two teammates looked at each other with hard looks. Jiraiya let out a frustrated huff before nodding at her. He took his leave, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Tsunade let out a sigh and cut her thumb. She smeared her blood and did the seals for the Kuchio Snow Jutsu summoning technique. A blue and white slug appeared before her. Tsunade-sama, how may I be of service? I need you to get in touch with Gamabunta, Katsuyu. I have a message to deliver. Tsunade said. It took a week for Naruto to leave the hospital. While he was in there, Tsunade and Jiraiya had come to him to tell him about his training mission. They said that he would have to leave the village for 2.5 years to be ready for the Akatsuki. Based on what Erosenin said, the group were going silent for a while. He agreed to go, but he did notice that there was tension between the two and couldn't help but wonder why. He was packing his things and getting stuff in order when he heard a knock at his door. He made his way to the front and opened the door. He was surprised to see Kakashi. Oh, hey Kakashi. Can I help you with something? He asked. No, I just came to give you something for your trip. The truth is, I am not worthy of it, and I think that it would help you better than me. Kakashi said and pulled out a kunai that made Naruto look at it with wonder. It had 3 blades on it, and it looked cool. Kakashi handed him the kunai, which Naruto began to twirl it around. The handle is a little thicker than I'm used to. What's the markings for? Naruto asked. Oh, it's just a special seal. Anyway, good luck on your training. Kakashi said and turned to leave. Hey Kakashi, Naruto said. The Jonin stopped to look at him. Thanks. I know that things didn't work out with us as teacher and student, but I hope that we can still be comrades. Naruto gave him a wide grin. Kakashi's lone eye widened, but it turned into an eye smile. That sounds like a plan. Later Naruto. Kakashi vanished from the apartment. Naruto re-entered his apartment and looked at his cool new weapon. Naruto flew through the trees to get to the meeting spot. He had been contacted by Hinata's bodyguard to meet her near the river. After a tense stare promising pain, he grabbed his stuff and headed over. He was curious what this was about. He saw her standing by the river. Hey Hinata! Naruto called out. The girl in question turned to face him as he landed. She smiled at him and jogged up. So, what did you need to see me for? I just wanted to get you something before you went on your mission. Hinata said and produced an orange-colored robe bracelet with a swirl charm dangling. Wow, I'm getting all type of gifts today. Naruto said with a small smile. I guess that I should be giving you your present now too. Naruto sat before pulling out the same bracelet he got. The rope was lavender in color, and it had a pressed flower as a charm. Hinata took the bracelet and was very happy. Her smile made the blonde blush a little. So, how long will you be gone for? Hinata asked. At least 2.5 years. I hope to get really strong during that time. Naruto answered. Hinata looked at him and thought before looking at the bracelet she was given. Then I will get stronger too. She said, gaining Naruto's attention. Sure looked at him with a smile. In 2.5 years, when you get back, I will be stronger too. We will be stronger together. Naruto looked at her in surprise. She had come a long way from the timid girl he remembered. He gave her a smile too. Yeah, we will get stronger together. Naruto stated boldly. Oh, come on. A voice shouted. The 2 genin snapped to the voice to see Anko step out. Enough of this sappy stuff. Just grab his face and stick your tongue down his throat. Anko! Kurenai exclaimed. Her reveal also revealed Sakura, Ino, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, Choji and Akamaru. Naruto was red in the face in embarrassment and anger. Hinata's whole head was red, and smoke was coming out of her ears. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head, and she fainted. Naruto caught her and tried to cool her down. Anko just cackled while Kurenai went to help and the genin just watched with wonder. Eyes open to a dim-lit room. It took a while for the eyes to adjust to the light, but it soon did. He looked around the room they were in and wondered where he was. "So, you're finally awake." The person turned to the voice to see a masked man. They kept their eyes on the man who took a seat. They looked at each other and tried to speak, but the masked man stopped him. "I wouldn't speak yet. You are still critical even if you're stable. I managed to save you, but I could not save your voice. Naruto destroyed your voice box. You can not longer speak." This made their eyes widen and fist clench. "Yeah, I would be mad too, but like I said, take it easy. It will be months before you can move around." He spoke. It took a while, but they did calm down and looked at the ceiling. The masked man scoffed at the dismissal, but he stayed. "You know, I considered letting you die that day. You did not fit into what I am planning, but I decided not to. Do you know why? I didn't think that you should die without knowing the truth. The truth about that day you lost your clan. I would know because I was there." They looked at the man with surprise. "Yes, I did participate in the slaughter of your clan, but only because I was asked to help. Itachi knew about me in the day and asked for my help for the sanctioned elimination of the Uchiha." The eyes narrowed in confusion. "Yes, I said sanctioned. Come now, a whole clan eliminated and not one Konoha shinobi arrived. Don't you find that strange? I know the reason for the death of your clan as does Itachi. If you want, I can tell that truth and who was responsible. You're going to be here for a while. Might as well learn the truth of your former village. So, what do you say, Sasuke?" The young Uchiha looked at the masked man with hard eyes, them changing into the Sharingan. He nodded and the masked man could only smile. "Very well, I will tell you the truth. However, I think that we should be introduced. My name is Uchiha Madara." The end. The author ended the story here with plans to write a sequel. However, said sequel only has 3 chapters. You can read that if you so choose. But, I decided not to include them in the video because I have a strong dislike for incomplete stories. I almost didn't do this one, but I had already put a lot of work into the project before I found out how it ended.